park off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now.
All right, we'll give them a good wave.
Slide runway heading, clear for takeoff.
Go ahead, clear for takeoff, one right.
Welcome to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. You're watching MSP Airport live, and we are ready to rock and roll this afternoon from the aircraft viewing area with some fantabulous live plane spotting today under overcast conditions as we get our show started from one of the best spots to partake in watching planes. The aircraft viewing area today, quite a few folks out along with us to capture the action that will be coming steady throughout the entire show today. Even though despite the fact that we have overcast conditions above, it's going to be an entertaining show as it always is.
Approved, expect runway 17.
Alright, push approved, expect 17, push 3630. Tower, wind 140 at 4, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
And of course, if you're just joining us, my name is Alex, I'm the executive producer of MSP Airport Live, and I'll tell you what, it's going to be an interesting day for plane spotting, as we will get a front row seat
644 minutes ground, push approved, expect runway 17.
to action on both 12 left and 12 right parallel runways today. We'll also have some departures headed out to 17.
44, they're pushing behind you at Fox 1, use caution.
Big question for our live audience, did we watch the Super Bowl yesterday? Well, if you were a fan of defense, it was a game to watch, although offense did turn it on late, and for New England, too late. Although it was that Seattle Seahawk dark side defense that was fun to watch, too. Especially Owusu taking away a fumble recovery for a touchdown late in the game, but sealed the win for the Seattle Seahawks. So I'll tell you what, we're going to do a little preview today as to what is on the horizon. I think somebody just went missed here. I honestly think that they went missed. So on the missed approach. Check the flight radar for just a second. Delta 1103. Indeed, inbound from Boston to Minneapolis on the go-around. So right out of the gate, our very first catch was a go-around on the north parallel. I'll tell you what, if that's a precursor of things to come, we might be in for an extraordinary day. Mondays can get a little bit weird here at MSP Airport. And also interesting sometimes is because usually it's midweek where things tend to be on the busier end, but the action always does not disappoint from this location. That you can consistently count on. I know that later on this week, we hope to catch a lot more 747 ops. Delta 153 Heavy from Paris Charles de Gaulle, our first wide-body catch of the day, is now gliding down to meet the runway with runway 12 right in its flight from Paris Charles de Gaulle.
330, caution, wake turbulence. Wind 170 at 5, runway 12 right, cleared to land.
taxi via Charlie 6, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Alright, 17 via Charlie 6, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right, push 5302.
Delta 2225, runway 17, taxi via Delta, hold short, runway 12 right. 2225, my mistake. Taxi via Alpha Delta, hold short, runway 12 right. The heavy will roll on, so no factor there.
Down to Alpha 3, turn left at Alpha 3. If you want to go to Alpha 2, it's available.
All the way down to Alpha 3 or Alpha 2, 163.
All right, let's take a look at our first instant replay of the day. Delta 153 Heavy, welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul. If you had a great flight today. So they are headed
153 Heavy, then join Alpha, contact ground
to
point
Concourse G.
Alpha?
We're on the south side of Terminal 1.
Have a good day.
Sequence, 35 Charlie, short of 12 right for 17 Delta 50.
Delta 2264, Minneapolis ground, push approved, expect runway 17.
Push approved, expecting runway 17, we have Papa 2264.
Delta 2400, Minneapolis ground,
Here's
push
another
approved,
thing that
expect
we're also
runway
going to get a
17.
steady dose of today. If you're a 757 fan, well, this is the airport for you. We see a lot of 757 300 ops, especially during the colder months of the year.
From the left, no factor, monitor tower 126.7.
Alright, 126.7 monitor tower, Booster 5202.
Delta 2225, monitor tower 126.7.
67 Delta 9.
Ground up 2644 ready day.
Delta 2644, runway 17, taxi via
Gonna switch
Charlie
back to
5,
our
Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Static camera here while I
Runway 17, Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, 12 right.
get stuff set up for our next approach.
At cross, runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right at Mike.
Okay, turn right at Mike, cross runway 4, and hold short of 12 right at Mike, Booster 302.
Here's United 1580 coming in from Houston Intercontinental Airport. This is our next arrival.
Booster 5302 at Mike cross, runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey to 17.
That might cross runway 12 right and turn right on Whiskey to 17, Booster 5302.
Delta 2225, Mail Tower, Delta cross, runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey, cross, runway 422.
Cross 12 right at Delta, right on Whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 22.
All right, let's take a closer look at our touchdown from Houston.
United 1580, turn left, put on to Alpha 4, please.
United
Turn left at
1580,
Alpha
just
4
under
and
2.5
join Alpha.
hours in the air
Ground
from
point niner.
South Texas to the North Star State today.
Good day. Delta 1519, monitor tower 126.7.
567 Delta 1590, good.
Take a look at downtown Minneapolis, off in the distance.
2644 Minneapolis Tower and Charlie cross, runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey.
Visibility
cross,
not
runway 422.
terrible today.
Charlie cross 12 right, right turn Whiskey, cross runway 422, Delta 2644.
Up 1519 Minneapolis Tower, behind the C-Series, at Charlie cross, runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey, cross, runway 422.
Charlie cross 12 right, Whiskey cross 422, Delta 1590.
Here's American Eagle, transiting Whiskey to 17, outbound to DC-8 today. That's the airport code for Reagan National Airport. And following up behind them as we pan to the right, Delta 2225, destined for Orlando, Florida with the 757-300. This is an ex-Northwest bird. All 757-300s in Delta's roster are ex-Northwests. All right, we got more aircraft that are marching to 17 to take off from the Twin Cities. Delta Jets are going to be coming our way here. Just a second, there they are.
Left heading 120, runway 17.
All right, we got a Wheelbus 8220 that's taking up the lead.
Delta 2400, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Alpha Charlie, hold for the runway 12 right for runway 17, Delta 2400.
So my flight tracking app is not displaying a destination just yet. Must be a data error. The aircraft that is trailing them from behind is an ex-Northwest A320 that will be motoring on down to the Motor City of Detroit, Michigan. This is Delta Flight 1519 in front of us.
556 maps, sorry, yep.
So all of Delta's A320s and A319s are ex-Northwest Airlines, inherited at the merger in 2008.
Delta 536 Minneapolis Tower.
I've only flown on the A320 one time. And that was from Detroit to Traverse City. Actually, it's one of the coolest flights that I got to take. Why is that? The A320 is such a common jet. Well, the big reason for me had everything to do with the onboard experience and the amazing crew that I had. And also the fact that it was one of Delta's oldest A320s and a part of the original Northwest Airlines A320 order. Had a Uniform Sierra registration suffix. Those are the oldest A320s in Delta's fleet. So that was really cool to experience that. Here's another north side arrival on runway 12 left. So we're going to break off of it. And we're going to work back towards the arrival that is coming in on the south parallel. Is Delta 536 from Seattle, Tacoma.
Wind 16015, right heading runway 17, clear for takeoff. 1519 maps, tower new 17, line up and wait. 2688 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, clear to land, wind 160 at 5. Delta 2225, turn left heading 140, contact departure. The 2264 Minneapolis Tower at Charlie, cross, runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey, cross, runway 422.
Right, cross runway 12 right at Charlie, Whiskey, and cross runway 1422 at Whiskey Delta 2264.
All right, here's our instant replay gander at our arrival from the Pacific Northwest, from Seattle, as that city celebrates its second Super Bowl following the triumphant win last night over the New England Patriots. And me being a Packers fan, I get to laugh at Viking fans for ditching their starting quarterback Sam Darnold in the offseason. So Sam Darnold, the starting quarterback that won the Super Bowl for the Seahawks last night, was Minnesota's starter last year. Got the Vikings to a 14-win season before everything fell apart in the playoffs.
44, turn right, heading 215, contact departure. 1519, turn left, heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
There's that dreaded utility building.
Number 2, wind variable at
Spotters love this structure
runway 12 right,
when they're
clear
taking
to landing of
photos
a
or
50
capturing
knot,
video out here at
traffic
the
ahead.
viewing area. It loves to mess
Runway
with.
12 right.
17, this is a Tampa-bound Delta flight. We have a
37 Minneapolis, variable at 6.
inbound arrival from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, also Delta Airlines. So we're going to swing over and catch that.
Contact departure. Traffic 2 mile final left flight, cross the 12 right, whiskey. Straight in.
Delta 536, monitor ground point 8.
Alpha 5, ground point 9.
Sorry about that little shake there. Hand slipped off the tripod for just a second. There you go. Pretty textbook and smooth landing from our Philadelphia arrival.
Left turn heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff, Delta 2264.
Alpha to gate, Delta 2680.
Delta 536 down.
And then for Charlotte Douglas, Delta 2819 joins Whiskey. Follow the rest of the party that is en route to 17 to take off. Just adore the 717. All right, everybody. It's not a Midwestern airport without the presence of the CRJs.
Figure to 3090 Minneapolis Tower, the wind is 1507, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right.
Turn left to contact ground point 2400, runway 17, line up away.
Line up away, runway 17, Delta 2400.
There's a quick peek down across the way at Concourse E. So if you're flying into Minneapolis, St. Paul, an American, or flying out of. So if you are on United, American, Air Canada, Alaska, Air Lingus, trying to remember if there's anybody else. Spirit used to be over there, but Spirit stopped flying at the end of last year. So if you're flying at any one of those airlines here in MSP, you're going to be in and out of Concourse E.
2400, turn left heading 140, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 1.
Tower Delta 120 heavy with you, outside Kansas, 120 heavy, Minneapolis Tower, 1606, runway 12 right, clear to land. Clear to land, runway 12 right, Delta 120 heavy. 4637, transfer Alpha 5 and contact ground point enter. Alpha 5, ground point.
All right, let's get another close-up look at the touchdown from our CRJ that just arrived. All the way from Rapid City. Pretty smooth touchdown, actually. Not bad in the slightest. Next up, Sun Country for Amazon Prime.
And number 4637, Minneapolis,
The 737
Quebec.
converted freighter.
Roger, Delta 2400.
Remain 835, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Lima 3, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 17.
Quick cross 12 right, Mike, Sierra, November, and hold short 17, 23, 9001.
1048, Minneapolis ground, push approved, expect runway 17.
17, push approved at 1048.
All right, let's have another peek. So this aircraft arrived from Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky Airport to the main airport for Cincinnati, Ohio is actually south across the Ohio River from the downtown area in the state of Kentucky, just beyond the state line.
2 mile final with 1507, runway 12 right, good away.
All right, everybody, we got another wide body that'll touch down here in just a minute. Delta 120 Heavy from Tokyo Haneda with the big A350. We'll be planting those main gear down in just a moment. Got a mic taxi, though, here. We got to look at first. It'll come right by us at about 300 feet away when it passes. It's our flight from Cincy. So normally there is where I would follow it. Actually, that is a little confusing. There's another Prime Air 737. Beg your pardon. I think there was a maintenance flight, it looked like. 9001 was that flight number that just passed by us. So not our flight from Cincinnati. Had me confused for just a second. All right, here's 120 Heavy, everybody, from Tokyo Haneda.
Right, November 30 cross 17, leave it to the ramp, Sun Country 9001. American 2220 Minneapolis ground push back is approved. It'll be runway 17. It'll get you a soft gear crossway. Alright, push back approved, runway 17, and you said technically soft gear crossway. Now I'll get you a solid. You guys are ready. I'll probably push you on runway 22 and have you do it there. So get you a crossway once you guys are ready to move. So push back is approved. Push back approved, and we'll get the crossway in a bit. American. First year 3504 Minneapolis ground push back is approved on the 17. Approved 17.
All right, here is Prime Air from Cincinnati.
Country 3090 on November, crossway 17, taxi Lima to the ramp. On November, cross 17, Lima to the ramp, Country 3090. Golf 6, taxi via Alpha to the gate.
All right, let's take another look at our arrival from Delta 120 Heavy. I'll tell you what, that is about, I think, the smoothest A350 touchdown I've seen in a long time. A superb landing from 120 Heavy.
17 Alpha Charlie short of 12 right.
Look at that. SkyWest inbound with an Embraer from Austin, Texas.
2185 Minneapolis Tower, the wind is variable at 4, runway 12 right, clear to land. And number 5159 Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross runway 12 right, turn on whiskey.
Alright, cross 12 right at Mike, join whiskey in there.
Number 4918 Minneapolis Tower, make the right turn on Alpha, hold short runway 12 right at Alpha 8.
Alright, right turn Alpha, short, runway 12 right at Alpha 8, 4918.
There's 4034, turn left and contact ground.
All right, let's take another peek from our SkyWest arrival from Austin. These are wonderful jets to fly on. If you're taking a regional airline trip somewhere and you're given the option of a CRJ or an ERJ, an Embraer regional jet, pick the Embraer. They're so comfortable. One of the most relaxing flights that I've ever taken was, in fact, aboard the Embraer E175. And from Charlotte, Delta Flight 1106 with a Boeing 717.
Skies 4034, monitor ground on point 8. Good day.
Make cross 12 right turn Whiskey, there 4918.
865 Whiskey, final, runway 12 right. 365 Whiskey, Minneapolis Star with 1604, runway 12 right, clear to land. Clear to land, 12 right, 865 Whiskey.
Right, here's our Charlotte arrival.
Runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Interestingly enough, I've flown this particular route on this particular jet
Just as a heads up, you get
in the past,
time, it'll be after,
although
20, so it'll be
about
a
2.5 years
59
removed. Still remember that flight quite well. It was a really fun round trip.
That's 1106 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha.
So if you ever get the
and
opportunity
Delta.
to take an adventure aboard the Boeing 717, also nicknamed
So the 1048, monitor
the
tower,
MD-95,
26,
because that was the name that that aircraft originally was given in the development stages. Because that aircraft, if you remember, for all of the aviation buffs out there, it was a McDonnell Douglas project that Boeing took over at the merger in 1996. Boeing would continue development of the airplane. They'd rename it the 717, put their touches on it, and at the turn of the millennium, the rest is history, as they say.
1106, continue taxi via Alpha, runway 4 in Quebec. The Embraer off the right, wait for you. Right, Alpha runway 4, Quebec. That's 2519 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa, Charlie, and Charlie 5. Circuit 3504 for now, hold short of taxiway hotel. Alright, hold short taxiway hotel. Sound American 2220 is pushback complete. Ready to taxi for first. American 2220, thanks. Make the right turn on to be Charlie 6, and then Charlie short of hotel. You can do your cross bleed there, just let me know when you're ready. Alright, Charlie 6, right turn, Charlie 6. Charlie short of hotel, cross bleed there, and let you know.
All right, there we go. From Santa Ana, California, Delta 2185 touches down with the A220-100. Got a whale buzz.
3504, thanks. Monitor the tower now on 126.7. Alright, monitor tower 26.7. Good, Delta 2519, change plans. Make the left turn on Delta now to the gate. Have a good day.
Ground hello, Delta 2185, currently Alpha 5, turning left on Alpha, going to Foxtrot.
Here's another whale buzz.
Delta 2185, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, Delta, and Alpha Delta to the gate company, opposite direction on Delta. We'll be going into Foxtrot chamber.
Okay, Alpha, Delta to the gate, and copy the traffic that's going to Foxtrot 15, Delta 2187.
Delta 1106, monitor ground on point 8, good day. Point 8, Delta 1106. 117, for takeoff.
Okay, looks like we got a BizJet that's inbound now.
733 Minneapolis ground, pushback is approved.
So if you're just tuning in, welcome to a action-packed, busy Monday of live plane spotting from the Twin Cities on MSP Live. Alex Redding with you to walk you through all the action here today. Got a Dassault Falcon about to touch down on the south parallel.
Minneapolis Tower at Mike. Cross my 12 right and trade on Whiskey.
Right at Mike, cross 12 right, and trade on Whiskey, Delta
3504 Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross my 12 right, trade on Whiskey, and cross on my 4.
Alright, cross 12 right from Charlie, cross runway 4 on Whiskey.
5 Whiskey, Whiskey, roll on Whiskey 5 to the ramp with me.
All right, let's take another look at the gentle touchdown from the Dassault Falcon. This aircraft is going to be headed on over to Signature when it exits the runway and is taxiing to the arrival pad. Dassault Falcon, such an interesting airframe.
The 3504 at Mike, give way to the RJ.
Mike gives way to the RJ because it's better.
1048 to left heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
More taxis. Little bit of a whale call from the in-motion A220. Dead ahead in view. And again, I don't think my flight tracking app is quite latching on to the data as to where this aircraft is headed to. Of course, I do know the flight number Delta 2156 is the assignment for this Airbus A220. Taking up the rear is an Endeavour flight to New York's JFK with the CRJ 900. And then we also have a United Express Republic flight headed out to Newark Liberty. Republic Airlines with the call sign of Brickyard and another go-around. That is the second missed approach that we've captured on air today. Unsure of the reason as it currently stands.
140, clear for takeoff.
So they decided to have another crack at it.
409 Minneapolis ground, choose caution, America heads to
Boy,
the cross.
I'll tell you what.
That'll get you on the move.
Do not sleep on Mondays.
Kilo 8 Ultra Kilo American.
So here's our Republic flight that is bound for Newark.
Taxi via Alpha and Delta, hold short, Alpha Romeo 12 right.
Quarter 17, Alpha Delta, short 12 right, Delta 733.
3838 Minneapolis Airlines 170 at 4, on my 12 right, good land.
So the flight that went around was Delta 799 from LAX.
Delta 733, monitor tower now on a 126.7.
I don't know about you guys, but it's going to be that kind of a day, I think, as we've already seen.
1020, fog on my heading, runway 17.
Hopefully this pesky cloud cover can get out of here so we can get some sunshine.
Endeavour 5386, runway 17, line up my way.
Doesn't look like the layer of cloud cover is too thick either, which of course, hey, I'll take it. All right, we've got Alaska 555 that'll be arriving shortly in about maybe 3 minutes with the 737-900ER. I love seeing Alaska.
What do you guys need?
For American 2220, it should be less than a minute. Q.
Here's Delta Flight 9962 from Detroit. This is a non-revenue flight, as indicated by the 9000 series flight number. So there is nobody except crew aboard this aircraft. Don't know if they are sending it here as a non-rev for a maintenance trip, or if it's a repositioning flight. Minneapolis, St. Paul is the Airbus maintenance base in the Delta system. So we will see non-rev maintenance flights in and out of here all the time with Delta's Airbus aircraft.
35-0, please, stay with me.
This is Delta Flight 733 that will be headed off to Fort Lauderdale, Florida today.
733 at Alpha 8, cross runway 12 right and right on whiskey.
Okay, cross 12 right Alpha 8, right on whiskey, Delta 733.
So 733, they're headed to 17 for departure. They're going to cross runway 12 right at this intersection.
Runway 12 right, right on whiskey, and cross runway 4.
Alright, cross runway 12 right at Charlie, and then say again last.
Second 2220 right turn whiskey, and cross runway 4 on whiskey.
Okay, cross 12 right at Charlie, right turn whiskey, cross runway 4 at whiskey, American 2220.
There's 3838, turn left to contact ground point enter.
Left ground point. CIJ, we'll connect taxi to gate 59. I'm going. Let's go 3838 on Alpha 5, taxi to Alpha 2.
Go to 38 Minneapolis ground, after the taxi to the Alpha Delta Quebec.
Alpha Delta Quebec.
All right, Alaska 555. Now arriving from Seattle on the north parallel runway, runway 12 left.
Togo 2187, monitor tower 126.7.
So there we go. Chester has arrived. Chester is the name of the mascot that's, or the emblem on the tail that is Alaska Airlines' logo. So it was a real person, by the way. I find that to be pretty cool. Same with the Hawaiian Airlines logo, too.
962 Minneapolis ground, Foxtrot 11.
Those are real people.
Charlie 6, and then
kind of adds some interesting character to both of those company logos. Now that the two are essentially the same company. Super interesting. I'm a fan of the Northern Lights livery 787s that Alaska is painting now.
I
think it looks super cool.
That's going into the alleyway now, and then monitor ground on point 8.
Give way to the Embraer on Delta and ground point.
Calling Minneapolis ground, say it again.
Here's American Airlines to the Metroplex at DFW International Airport.
Calling ground, say it again. Second 2 minutes, 835 Minneapolis ground, where do you want to go?
Minneapolis Tower, 799, 2 miles, 1 right.
So 2187 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 3 mile, final at Mike, cross me 12 right, and trade on whiskey.
Cross 12 right at Mike.
All right, NetJets is here.
799 Minneapolis Tower, winds variable at 5, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right,
Jet 5 for Delta, left turn
So NetJets arriving with a Cessna Citation XLS.
2220, number 1 to the runway, runway 17, line up away.
We see an interesting assortment of biz jets in and out of MSP Airport that go to Signature. So I know the Target corporate fleet is based out of here. They have a Gulfstream and other aircraft as well. I love the Target Corporation Gulfstream. It's a super cool aircraft. I love the Gulfstream. That's my favorite biz jet ever made.
Takeoff runway 17, American. 3504, my 17, line up away.
All right, I'm going to swing over to the right here. We got another taxi in motion, Delta 2187 to Miami, Florida with the A321.
Up 733, contact departure.
So shortly we'll have a CRJ touching down from Bentonville, Arkansas. Airport code XNA. So there is our flight touching down from Bentonville, aka Walmart, USA.
V8 taxi via Sierra, November, cross runway 4, hold short.
Cannot say that I have been down to Bentonville, Arkansas.
Okay, 3504, turn left 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Oh, we got Alaska that's going into the alley.
Block of 2466, 2466. 2466.
There's Chester. So Alaska Airlines, as we were talking about before, so they will park at Concourse E.
4971.
And their gates are in the alley. Same with Air Canada.
Alpha, hold short at Alpha 8.
Okay. Bye-bye, Chester. Okay, so here is the aircraft that went around earlier on the missed approach, Delta 799 from LAX.
And monitor ground on point 8.
Time for round 2.
Okay, 2220, still in Minneapolis ground, departure on 124.7. Good day. Runway 17, clear for takeoff. Power now on 123.67.
Ground, Sun Country 9301, just had a minor maintenance position pop up. Are we able to hold down at the end of 17?
Good to me, Air 9301 for that's no problem. Just let power know when you guys are ready on 123.67.
That revise this one ready.
123.67, yeah. At 3504, contact departure.
And they are finally safely on the ground at last.
32 on Quebec, cross runway 22.
Well, I feel for the pilots aboard Delta 799 as we get a second look via instant replay, because they got to go fill out some paperwork explaining why they had to go around and burn the extra fuel off in the whole process.
Contacting the parking via Alpha. Good day.
So there's thousands of dollars going right down the tube with excess jet fuel.
Country maintenance 835, Minneapolis start November, cross runway 17, proceed limit of the ramp.
American Airlines 1756, now about to touch down from Phoenix, Sky Harbor.
Give way to the Delta Airbus, about to come across, they got time to hit.
We'll give way for the Delta Airbus.
Try to bend the route, make the left turn on Delta to the gate now. Good day.
Delta is the gate now, Delta 2064. Thanks for that.
1507, runway 12 right for the land. The 2927 at Alpha 8, cross runway 12 right, try on Whiskey, the RGI near 7 waits for you.
Cross direct Delta 8, Victor, Whiskey, and copy Delta.
Bravo airspace and proceed, just call North Tower 123.
All right, let's take a look at 1756 on arrival into MSP.
1756, turn left, contact ground point 9. 4.9 left. 4971, turn left into 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Another Delta A321 on Whiskey. Ooh, we got an Oshkosh Straker truck on the roof here. Aren't those the coolest fire trucks or what? I just love the design of the Oshkosh Striker. They're so technologically advanced as well as they would need to be. Want to extend a big, hearty Minnesota good afternoon to everybody tuning in. Sorry if I haven't been paying too much attention to the chat. I'm just trying to make sure that we're catching as much as we can that's coming our way. The action has been coming at us quite frequently today on this Monday afternoon. Alex Redding with you on MSP Live for some fantastic, unseasonably warm winter plane spotting from MSP today. I'll tell you what, we're going to get a break the entire week this week. We can go over
3863 Minneapolis Tower, Mike.
our forecast in just a minute.
That's only 12 right at Mike Joey Whiskey Scout 3863.
Temperature right now holding steady at 37 Fahrenheit.
9 heavy Minneapolis Tower with 1507, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Land 12 right.
There's 4066, turn left.
So in the forecast, I think it was said that we could creep up into the 40s today.
Runway 17, clear for takeoff.
I'll see it when I believe it. I mean, really, anything above freezing is fantastic.
Got 4066 Minneapolis ground taxi via Alpha, Delta, and Quebec.
So if you're just tuning in, it's been a pretty interesting afternoon so far, right? When I got here, it was busy. We had 2 missed approaches. The very first aircraft that we saw arrive today, they decided that they were going to go around, or don't know if they were instructed to go around. We don't have the frequency for the North Tower controller. It looks like whatever it was, they were on the go with quite a bit of distance left on their approach path. Same with the go around Delta 799 from LAX that we just caught earlier. Had a couple of missed approaches. Other than that, it's just been non-stop. Landing after landing after landing after landing.
Turn 950 Minneapolis ground taxi straight to the gate, good day. Turn right, 215 and contact departure today.
Oh, yeah. You know I'm going to want a replay of this. Oh.
2972, turn left, contact ground point 9. Left turn ground point 9 or go 2972?
Maybe it was a little bit too quick for a replay to get that clip established here. Oh, well. Ooh, we've got the Dash Q400 on the north parallel. Look at that. WestJet now arriving from Regina, Saskatchewan. Isn't that such a cool aircraft? The de Havilland Dash 8.
Alpha for gate Delta 3. Delta 2972, Minneapolis ground taxi via Alpha, Delta, Quebec. Alpha, Delta, Quebec, Delta 2972. Turn left heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Left heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Scout 3863.
Delta 9er Heavy is our next arrival on 12 right, the A330-900.
Contact departure, good day. 382 Minneapolis Tower, Oshkosh, Turbine traffic heavy Airbus short final, that was 150 at 6, runway 12 right, clear to land. United 1793 Minneapolis ground here, pushback is approved, runway 17. Pushback approved, runway 17, United 1793. Delta 2695 Minneapolis ground, pushback approved, runway 17. Approved 17, Delta 2695. Heavy, turn left and contact ground point 9. Left of 29 Delta 9 Heavy, thank you. 2901 Minneapolis Tower, the wind is 1508, runway 12 right, clear to land. Clear to land, 12 right. 9 Heavy Minneapolis ground, taxi V Alpha to the gate, good day. Okay, thanks.
All right, let's take a second look. Delta Niner Heavy, welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul from London Heathrow. I'll tell you what, I don't think there's a bad A330 landing anywhere. Super cool stuff.
Our
next arrival, Sun Country 382 from Fort Myers.
District 5358 Minneapolis ground, pushback is approved, it'll be runway 17 for departure. Alright, push through 17, District 53.
All right, it's Tide Pod time.
It's 382, turn right, taxi Whiskey Delta to the gate, just monitor ground point enter. Delta to the gate, monitor ground point enter.
And this is the 737-900ER. Sun Country only has a couple, last I checked. I know that they're supposed to take more deliveries, but with the Allegiant merger, don't know what's going to happen. So they landed pretty short. So you could see they were really trying to get that thing down. Like they were trying to get off right away. Trying to get that landing roll to come to a slow, steady pace so they could get off on either Bravo or Charlie. Just make it a little bit more convenient for them to get to their gate. That way they don't have to taxi as much. Exiting further down off the runway, off 12 right, then taking Whiskey to then either Bravo or Charlie. To one of the gates over at Terminal 2.
Okay, 1793 is information inspector at 4. Is that 1793 that was ready? Yep, 1793, 1793 inspector. That's 1793, yes, thank you, 17, in the back, line, cross, runway 4, hold short, Quebec, line, cross, runway 4, hold short of 100 right.
Here's Delta Airlines from the world's busiest airport, Atlanta, Hartsfield-Jackson.
Ground 2695, right taxi inspector. Delta 2695, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short of runway 12 right.
Oh my goodness.
Charlie 5 Charlie,
we got a bald eagle.
Right for 17 Delta 2695.
Sorry guys, I have to break away from the replay here to show we got a bald eagle.
Yep, Delta 2901, Alpha 3 going in Alpha for Fox 3. Delta 2901 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha Delta to the gate today. Alpha Delta 3, Delta 2901.
Sorry guys, I wanted to get that before he flew away.
Ground pushback is approved, runway 12 left.
So the Snowy Owls, they're not the only avian friends that are out here on the hunt for stuff. That was super cool.
301, roger, do you require assistance?
Look at that. We got Eagle, we got couple of missed approaches that we were able to catch today.
4933
Non-stop arrivals.
2695, monitor tower 126.7, good day.
26.7 Delta, 26.95.
United 1793, monitor tower on 126.7.
What's carrying at 1793?
For the border takeoff.
So there is our Dash 8 Q400 that arrived on the north parallel runway from Regina, Saskatchewan. So they have to go all the way to Concourse G so their folks can clear customs. Because WestJet operates on the north side of Terminal 1 at Concourse C.
Alright, hard right turn, Charlie 6, Mike.
And at Concourse C, there ain't no customs over there, I don't think. So that means that they have to go all the way around to the other side of the terminal to a concourse that does have customs where everybody can get off, clear that, and welcome to the US of A. Some WestJet flights, though, do not need to come to the south end of Terminal 1 because I think they might have pre-clearance.
2130 Zulu, so just give us a hard before that if you want it open.
All right, we got more heavies on the way. Here comes Delta 163 Heavy from Amsterdam.
Turn, just let me know.
We should make it.
At 1793, Minneapolis start Mike, crossway 12 right, turn down Whiskey.
That's runway 12 right, Mike, cross. Right.
2695, Minneapolis start Charlie, crossway 12 right, turn down Whiskey, and cross runway 4.
On Charlie, cross 12 right, Whiskey, cross 4, no.
For 5234, Minneapolis start Joshua, tourist previous arrival, heavy Airbus, with 1607, runway 12 right, clear to land. Delta 163 Heavy, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground point enter.
So they almost used the whole runway. I think they may have used the whole runway there on their landing
Delta
roll.
163 Heavy, Minneapolis, contact you via Alpha to the gate, good day.
All right, let's take a second peek, shall we? All right, smooth landing, per usual. So we're going to let this replay linger for a little bit. You can see the implementation of some aerodynamic braking. That's why they still have the front gear up. So we call this riding the bike. They just have the mains down, but they don't set the main or the front gear down.
Cross 12 right,
Eventually do get it down.
Right on Whiskey, Blue Street, 5350.
So it's super cool how they're able to delicately balance a nearly 200,000 pound machine. Or over 200 ton machine, excuse me.
Okay, the wind is 1508, runway 12 right, clear to land.
So if you're just joining us, welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International for live plane spotting on MSP Live. It's a manic Monday out at the viewing area. We've had nonstop action, arrivals, 2 go-rounds, a bald eagle sighting. One more is to come as we start the weekday stretch here in early February. And I'll tell you, under some marvelous weather conditions, super warm for this time of year.
1793, fly by heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff, United at 1793.
Scott 157, Echo, Minneapolis ground, taxi straight into parking, have a good day.
Into the box, Scott 157, Echo, yeah.
8,000 Southwest 2067 visual 12 right.
All right, we've got some memberships to celebrate
Clear to
here.
land 12 right.
And also with Steve. Sending 5 MSP Airport Live gift memberships. Thank you so much, pal. So look at that. Josh the Disney Dad, 11TY_7. Garen Pez. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. Sorry, buddy. Marque 7141 and Paul CZY. Congratulations on your gift memberships. So have fun with those emojis. We've got red tails for all of the ex-Northwest aircraft. We've got snowy owl emojis. We've got our Gerald emojis as well for our animal friends that we see sometimes out here at the viewing area. So Alan Lee says, good evening from the northeast of England. Good evening to you, Alan. Good afternoon here from MSP Airport. So Josh says, good afternoon from all the northern MSP suburbs. Good afternoon to you as well, Josh. Great to see you today. Happy Monday.
Left 140, 17, cleared for takeoff. Left 140, 17, cleared for takeoff.
Chris asks us, with the Allegiant purchase of Sun Country, when will the liveries change? I would not expect it to change for quite a while. So whenever they get their single operator certificate from the FAA is when they're going to start painting everything into the Allegiant livery. Or whatever they come up with. Noah Davidson brings up an excellent point here. Hey, Noah, good to see you today. So cloud cover helps contribute to contaminant accumulation, which may mean de-icing. And Noah knows a thing or two about de-icing, let me tell you that. So we could, depending on the request of some pilots, they might want to get a spray down before departure today. And there is de-icing equipment that right now is on the 12 right pad standing by in the event that de-icing is called for. So there is one of our de-icing trucks. So the company that does the de-icing that's in yellow here is IDS. So Noah, thanks for pointing that out. So there is a benefit to the overcast weather here today. In the meantime, here southwest from Chicago Midway, our next arrival on runway 12 right. All right, we'll take another peek at our arrival from Chicago Midway, southwest, coming into town with a 737 MAX 8.
Gus 4236 Minneapolis ground ready 12 left taxi via Papa Cross runway 4.
So Nancy says hello to us from southeast Minnesota. Hey, great to see you, Nancy. Happy Monday. Also, J-Ro extending greetings to us from Arlington, Texas. Happy Monday, J-Ro. Great to see you today. Hope your week is off to a great start. And Travis says good afternoon from Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Hello, Travis. Great to see you, my friend. And also Lynn extending us greetings from Owatonna, Minnesota. Afternoon from Owatonna. Oh, interesting. Okay, so Noah has some information to share with us. Hope everyone's doing well from the de-ice pad. New policy, Delta does not want us going behind their airplanes when their engines are on. They've done it the other way for 30 years with no issues. So I think that they're trying to prevent any serious accidents from happening. I think that they may have taken a look at their current de-icing procedure and said, well, we might want to address this. Usually it's a preventative thing. Joshua Leclerc says, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you as well. Happy Monday. Don Smith also extending greetings to us as well. Good afternoon and happy Monday, Don. Gordon, good afternoon. Great to see you, friend. I think I may see a snowy owl. Hold on.
Hold short. Of runway 12 right. Embraer opposite direction.
I don't know. Maybe it might be a hawk. I don't know.
I'm
going to get the camera set up here. It's going to be a second, folks. But I think, do we have a snowy owl over there? Oh, this is a perfect time, too, because we got a break in the action.
Tower, Gulfstream 96 uniform, visual 12 right. Gulfstream 96 uniform, Minneapolis Air 1 variable 4. Runway 12 right, clear to land. Clear land 12 right, 96 uniform.
Well, it's not a snowy owl, but I think we have a hawk here. I think it's a red-tailed hawk that has itself perched on one of the light towers adjacent to the FedEx cargo pad and terminal. So how about that? We had a couple of raptors that we got to see out here. We got a bald eagle in flight. Looks to be a hawk. I thought it was a snowy owl because it's one of the spots that the snowies have been frequently visiting out of all the different locations that people have reported them to kind of perch themselves on or fly to. But unfortunately, does not look like a snowy.
Confirm 96 uniform is cleared to land. Over 96 uniform, affirmative, runway 13 right, clear to land. Thank you. Somebody else call? 14 inbound for visual 12 right. 94 Roger, clear out of the Bravo airspace to the east. I got 2, 14 minutes, tower number 2, and 1306, runway 13 right, clear to land. Number 2, clear to land, 214. Range 4, no clear path between you and St. Paul. Later service terminated, frequency changes approved. And what's your gate? Skyscraper 702? Okay, so are they going to come out 79 then?
95 and around, or is that not an option? All right, then continue down Papa and turn right on Quebec. Wait for them to come out, and in when able, they're at 79.
Gordon confirming for us a red-tailed hawk. How appropriate. Red tails also refer to the ex-Northwest aircraft that we see flying for Delta, and Northwest Airlines in particular. Red tails forever, red tails for life, as our co-host RJB likes to say. Would certainly echo that sentiment.
Got 3941 minutes tower traffic 3 mile final cross runway 1 short at Mike. Continue via whiskey to 17.
Hey, cross runway 17 at Mike. Continue whiskey to 17. Got 3941.
Western 63 uniform. Turn right back.
All I gotta say is, dude, nice Gulf Stream. It's a fairly smooth touchdown on the south parallel. Those blinking lights, by the way, that's to get birds to scatter.
Talking 895 Mike, minutes tower, wind 1406.
So those landing lights, Alaska has those. Because at SeaTac, there are quite a few birds around.
31, caution traffic's pushing back out of Charlie 11. Your push is approved. Runway 12 left. Quebec is current.
All right, we got somebody behind our much beloved utility building. It's a CRJ. So this flight is headed to Chicago O'Hare.
Traffic off your right, waiting for your gate. With 3987 minutes ground, push approved, runway 17.
Security 214, taxi to Whiskey Delta, monitor ground point 9. Whiskey Delta, monitor ground point 9.
Apologies for that. Sometimes our replays act a fool sometimes. So here's more of a panoramic perspective. Pretty gray atmosphere from the Twin Cities today. And folks, if you are just tuning in or just checking out MSP Airport for the first time, welcome to MSP Live, your home for Minnesota's live plane spotting fun. We have a lot of fun here at MSP Airport. We also have a up-close front row seat to all the action, too. We have such a wonderful public facility that the Metropolitan Airports Commission installed in the mid-2010s for us aviation enthusiasts to connect with others who enjoy our fantastic hobby of watching airplanes, and also to connect with the general public as well. A lot of bird watchers have found this to be a valuable location in their pursuits of catching the snowy owls during the wintertime.
2981. Mike, turn right over 55, taxi into the ramp, and monitor ground up 0.9. 55, monitor ground.
All right. Another Dassault Falcon. These little biz jets are just so cool, aren't they? Especially the Dassault Falcon tri-jet. It's the only thing that would make this aircraft better if there was just 3 engines. It's the last production tri-jet, I think. Speaking of tri-jets, I'll tell you what, we miss our MD-11s. Now, there is an MD-11 that's sitting on the UPS pad. That's behind us. So if you drive down a bit on Cargo Road, exiting the viewing area, you'll be able to see it as you drive by. But what a sad end. A tragic end to such an amazing piece of machinery. Here is the bright spot in all of this.
Runway 4, hold
Thank
short to runway 12
goodness FedEx has decided to reinstate their MD-11 fleet this spring. And the news came, I swear, a day after UPS officially announced the retirement of their MD-11s. FedEx was like, you know, we're going to go the opposite direction. We're actually going to put them back into service.
Short to runway 12 right.
The other interesting news is, while it might be sad and disappointing that the MD-11 is now out of the fleet completely for UPS, UPS is looking into the 777 freighter. And some of the earliest 777s made, I know the oldest for United recently got retired, so the early production 777s, they are on their way out of passenger fleets, and they are ripe for the picking when we're talking about passenger to freighter conversion.
6152, runway 17, taxi via Whiskey Cross, runway 4.
So it would be so cool to see a UPS 777F. And I'm willing to bet in the future, if UPS actually decides to initiate orders for purchasing older 777s, getting them converted to freighters, or buying directly new from Boeing, I think we honestly could get the 777 for UPS here if that scenario comes to pass. I honestly think we do. Now, of course, because the MD-11
2756, monitor tower 126.7.
Gone out of their fleet completely. This means that with the larger wide bodies in UPS's fleet, I mean, the 767 is smaller than the MD-11 by quite a bit. A300, another aircraft, is also smaller than the MD-11. So what do you replace it with? Well, when you look at UPS's fleet with the different aircraft type that they fly, really the only other aircraft is the 747.
Let's go 3826, contact departure.
And so what that has meant, because the MD-11 is out of the fleet completely for UPS, and with the late afternoon, early evening assignments to MSP, which the MD-11 was a regular in operating, that means that the duties have been handed over to the Queen of the Skies. That's right. So midweek, do expect to see the 747. It also gives a lot more wiggle room in the cargo bays, and especially with those flights primarily being for, I believe, packages or mail. It gives UPS some flexibility with onboard cargo capacity. So UPS has been fairly consistent in assigning the 747-8s
West at 1531 minutes, runway 12 right.
and also the 747-400 freighters.
1437.
So MSP is now receiving 747s on the regular, much to the excitement of aviation enthusiasts around here, because the last time the UPS did such a thing, you have to look back to 2022. And then the MD-11s took over after 2022. Got more arrivals that are snaking their way over here. So they're transiting taxiway Mike. So we will see where ATC decides to send them. Vinny, good to see you. I think that's a pretty true statement as to the decision of FedEx continuing the operation of their MD-11 fleet. Because, Vinny, you bring up an excellent point about parts. MD-11 parts are expensive and becoming fairly scarce.
Number 5518 Mails Ground, runway 17, taxi via Papa, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short to runway 12.
It's Brian live. Good to see you. Yes, there is a 747 sitting on the ramp right now. So that aircraft is going to be headed out well after dark. It's going to head out late tonight. Here's our next inbound arrival coming to us from Denver. This is Delta 1437.
Ground Delta 1437 is Alpha 4 going to Gulfing.
So 1437 has gone, Alpha to your gate.
Alpha 6 Delta 1437.
Ship 1531 on the 105 heading contact departure with you.
So this Airbus A320-200, former Red Tail, departing for New York's LaGuardia Airport and following closely behind, at one point was sort of tailgating this flight, was a Grand Rapids, Michigan-bound CRJ 900.
4356, next time go through metering.
So this Delta connection flight operated by Skywise.
For your taxi, it will be runway 17.
All right, next up for arrival on the South Parallel, sliding in from Salt Lake City, Delta 2924.
Number 5518, monitor tower 126.7. Super Tug 4 heavy, push is actually standby.
Standing by for you.
Tug 4 heavy, your push is approved.
Push approved for heavy.
All right, let's take another peek at our
6152 monitor tower
Delta
now,
A321.
123.67.
12367, 79615.
We're Tug 4 heavy, then till Alpha Delta.
Alpha Delta 4 heavy.
Delta 2924 for the Golf 21.
Flight 24, we have ground rudder, taxi in, caution for traffic off your left. Traffic inside, United 2469, minutes there, Mike, cross runway 1 right, taxi whiskey to 17.
Okay, copy. 12 right, 17.
Gallus 3987, one very low 3, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear to take off. Delta 27, we can take contact departure, yeah. .72 minutes ground, runway 17, taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short to runway 12 right.
So this particular A320, I want to say it's operating an immigration flight. I don't know.
Mike, hold short to runway 12
But
right.
what leads me to guess is the registration suffix GX, Gulf X-ray.
36,
I think this aircraft belongs to Global X.
Six, cross runway 4, Mike, hold short of runway 12 right.
Delta Charlie 6 for Mike.
And following behind our, what I think to be our Global X A320, information unavailable.
Charlie 6, cross
So here is
runway
United
4
with
and,
information
hold short of
available
12
to
right, Mike.
Houston. This is flight 2469 in the Evo blue paint.
Cross runway 1 track, taxi whiskey to 17.
Okay, Mike, cross 12 right, whiskey to 17, airport 518.
And folks, if you are just tuning in for the first time, or hey, if you're a regular and checking back in, welcome to MSP Airport on MSP Live.
297, contact departure.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. What is that noise? I don't know, probably some truck or something making a big racket.
6152, tower, 11405, fly right heading runway 17, clear to take off.
Anyway, today, as I've said before, it's been a manic Monday for live plane spotting out here. It's been busy. We've had a couple of missed approaches on both parallel runways. We've seen our avian friends out as well, red-tailed hawk and bald eagle.
And then hold short of runway 12 right at Charlie.
So MSP Airport, with the amount of wildlife that is teeming around the grounds, it's also doubling as a nature preserve.
2469, 11406, runway 17, line up and wait.
Line up and wait 17, United 2469.
72, monitor tower 126.7.
All right, everybody, so we're going to have a steady stream of arrivals in a couple of minutes that will commence. And leading off our next batch of arrivals, Sun Country 622 from Harlingen, Texas. So we'll have some more Tide Pod action coming up in just a little bit. What do you mean by that? Well, the Tide Pod was the moniker given to Sun Country Airlines' livery because it closely resembles those little detergent pods that you throw into your washing machine to clean your clothes. It's because of that bright orange, blue, and white color pattern. Also kind of how it swirls on the fuselage. I think it looks excellent.
We're heading service takeoff 179. Gemini 6152, turn right heading 215, contact departure. Looking for the 06 South Tower, cross runway 1 to Mike, going whiskey, traffic 102 mile final.
Cross runway 2 right at Mike and going whiskey for break up with degree 56.
So when we're talking about Tide Pod, we're talking about a Sun Country Tide Pod livery 737-800. So this was our flight that just touched down from Harlingen, Texas. And then behind that, we've got Delta from Sin City, USA, Las Vegas, Nevada. So Sun Country adds a nice pop of color on a overcast day like this. Okay, here's our Delta flight from Las Vegas.
Delta 47 minutes there, number 2, runway 1 right, for the land. 1 right, for the land. At Charlie, crossing runway 1 right, going whiskey, crossing runway 22, on country zone factor.
Cross runway Charlie,
Delta 9, Delta 2, turn left, underground point.
All right, we'll take another peek at the close-up look on the main gears touching down on our Las Vegas flight with a Delta 737-900ER. Super smooth.
Delta 972, off at Alpha 5, 972, mesh done, taxi Alpha Delta. Alpha Delta, Delta 518, 9120, contact departure.
All right, we got Delta 931 about to touch down from Tampa with the Boeing 757-300 flying pencil. So all of Delta's 16 757-300s were ordered and delivered to Northwest Airlines in the early 2000s, so they're ex-Red Tails, all of them. All right, pencil time is here.
Whiskey 4356, turn left heading 140 and 17, close to takeoff.
Left 140, runway 17, takeoff to 1052.
Check it out. Here we go. Another instant replay look at the 757 touching down from Tampa. I like that they're running the stretch 757s to and from Tampa.
Delta 931, maps done, taxi Alpha to the gate. Alpha to the gate, Delta 931. Delta
1047, our next arrival from Phoenix Sky Harbor.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 1205, right 12 left, line.
Sweet, and it's with the A321neo as well.
visual 12 right.
342 Minneapolis Tower 11205, runway 12 right, clear to land.
That's right, clear to land.
Delta 565 Minneapolis ground, runway 17, taxi via Whiskey, cross runway 22.
Runway 17.
All right, here's another peek at our Phoenix arrival with the A321neo.
4356, flight 140, contact departure.
140, contacting departure, be careful, 4356, yeah.
So 1047, contact ground plan.
Super cool.
1047 beyond Alpha for Charlie 7.
So 1047 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha Charlie in Quebec.
Charlie, Quebec, 1047.
Delta 2594 Minneapolis ground, push approved, expect runway 17.
Push for 17, Delta 2594.
Okay, so our next arrival will be United 467 from O'Hare. They are lined up and about to touch down on 12 left, and then our next arrival on the south parallel in front of us, Sun Country from Orlando, flight 342. Also, just a heads up, later tonight, we will get the arrival of Delta 170 Heavy from Seoul, South Korea. It's approximately a couple of hours away.
There's 4266, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 22. Super Tech 6 Minneapolis ground, push approved.
Push approved, Super 6.
There's 4266, give way to United exiting.
All right, now Sun Country from Orlando is next in line to touch down on either of the two parallels.
Turn right, contact ground plan.
6 right, Delta.
Super 6 South Base, Sylvia, Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short of 12 right, 666.
United 467 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa to the gate.
So our co-host RJ Bean and our mascot friend Olaf, the Snowy Owl, have arrived.
Encore 422 Minneapolis ground, Sylvia, around the 321, or around the 321 or 75, and then back to Bravo, Delta.
Bravo around 7, Delta, Quebec gate, Encore 4.
Between 971 Minneapolis ground, push into the alleys approved, expect runway 17.
Push in the alley, 17, Delta, 29, everyone.
That was 4114 Minneapolis ground, push approved, expect runway 17.
All right, so here is our Sun Country arrival.
The 1047, pull all the way up to that Airbus, and I'll get you around them in just a moment.
I will keep going to 1047.
Yep, just about. This is wasn't sure how to come today. And I was looking into some stuff. I think I might be.
It's 6 monitor tower 126.7.
But we just really don't know what I like.
down, Delta 2594, ready to dip.
Delta 2594 behind the CRJ coming up on your right, runway 17, taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 22, hold short, runway 12 right.
Alright, follow the CRJ, then going to 17, Papa Mike, clear to cross 22, Delta 2594.
Switch at 565 Minnesota.
That was 3999, runway 17, taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 22, hold short, runway 12 right.
Switch at 565 Minnesota. Switch at 565, turn left heading 140, runway 17, close to takeoff.
1047, continue via Quebec as you're able.
As able on Quebec, that's 1047.
Delta 2678. 2658, go ahead.
Yeah, just holding at Charlie, Delta 20.
Delta 2658, push approved, expect runway 17.
Approved, 17, Delta 2658.
All right, so we're going to get RJ Bean on in just a second. Alex NC Christchurch says hello from New Zealand. Hey, welcome to Minneapolis and the States. Great to see you. I believe it's Tuesday where you're at, so you guys are ahead of us.
Delta 2699, Minneapolis ground, push approved, expect runway 17. That's cleared, expect 17, Delta
Hey, Josh, thanks for the confirmation. Okay, so I got that information right on the unmarked Global X charter that departed. So I thought that's what it was, but...
Hola. Olaf is here. Olaf has landed.
All right, so we're going to try and get
Go 12 right.
RJ mic'd up here. RJ, can you hear us?
102 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, clear.
12 right, clear to land, second through 132.
So I know we're having some headset issues the last time. It looks like that
That was 4114, ready to dip.
That was 4114,
problem
runway
has-
17, taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 22, hold short,
looks like
runway
that
12
issue
right.
has stayed with us,
17
unfortunately.
via Papa Mike, cross 2, hold short, 12 right. That was 4114.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's the thrill of live production. You never know what's going to happen.
Delta 2594, monitor tower 126.7.
Monitor 267, Delta 2594.
So 2594 Minneapolis Tower at Mike, cross runway 12 right, and runway 12.
Cleared to cross 12 right at Mike, join with Delta 2594. Round up 2650, next.
Delta 2658, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
All right, I think we're ready to welcome in our co-host RJB. And happy
We'll try
Monday.
again.
Yeah, try again. We will. Great to see you today.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what I was going to do this morning when I got up, but I knew that this was a possibility. So it's just we have our routines for things.
Yeah.
So Monday is one of my days for just updating the checkbook, bills going out that have been paid, my spending, keeping track of the finances, and then looking into still maybe trying to get myself out to Colorado to do a trip to ski this winter.
Do you think that might be a possibility too?
Looking at what I was before I left to come out, yes. I'm just going to be needing to go at a time that I was not wanting to go. But if I'm going to go at all this season, I'm definitely going to have to change when I do it. And unfortunately, those that are aware, of course, you can look out and see we've got bare ground out here again. The warmer temps that we're currently getting is melting it off again. My yard looks exactly the same.
2658, monitor tower 126.7.
And the winter in the season they've had out in Colorado, Utah, out in the west has not fortunately been up to what they are used to.
Okay.
So I wasn't sure about even wanting to go out with that in mind. But, as we all know in life, things happen when we least expect it.
Yeah, there you go.
I think we've, kind of all been there. And with it being the seasonal position that it is that I have, we never know from the end of one season to the start of the next, what's going to happen in our life.
Yeah.
We all want to be there. There's people that have been where I'm at doing it a lot longer than I have and will probably ever be able to. So I think I may be able to make it work.
Papa Kilo, hello, welcome. Happy Monday. Great to see ya. Also, MN Sports Fan 88. Sorry if I didn't say hi earlier. Great to have you on board. One of our regulars saying hi, RJ.
Hello. Olaf is here too. He flew out with me. He actually, his ground speed matched the speed I was driving, and he was right with me. He had his flight plan filed just as I did. So we landed here at the same time.
Delta 2699, ready to taxi Romeo.
Ooh, here comes a Wookiee.
Runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right. Alpha Charlie, hold short, 12 right, Delta 2699. Scabas 4114, monitor tower 126.7. Over to 267, Scabas 4114. Delta 2658, Minneapolis, Charlie, cross on my 12 right, and running with cross on my 4.
It's the Wookiee jet. And it's the stretched one, too, an Airbus A220-300. There's been a couple nicknames given to the A220, the whale, because of the whale noises that the engines make at the lower revolutions when they are spooling up. So it's because of that engine sound that has given them the nicknames that they have acquired.
They are headed down to Dallas.
To the Metroplex they go.
Delta 2971 today is their flight that they are going to be operating as they just passed by. And looking at what I might be trying to do here, won't be doing it on a whole lot of notice, but as long as there's availability to book what you need, it's very doable. My flight out of here to get to Denver this time around could be A321s. I can put my credit to use for the Sky Miles credit card that I have earned with the usage. So every little bit helps.
4913, monitor tower 126.7.
Oh yes, Gordon, I saw your comment about being on the, was it the downwind of my arrival? I was pretty close. I actually had, right after I left, I noticed something wasn't right, and it was just that my passenger side door wasn't completely shut. So I stopped off, took care of that, and continued my flight out here.
So 2971, runway 17, line of point.
Super.
Southwest 2036, correct section.
So we've got the A321 that is strutting its stuff on Whiskey. And then behind them, marching closely behind, is an Embraer E175LR.
So 2699, give way to both RJs at Mike.
Give way to both RJs at Mike, so 2699. The 2036, let's do a shortcut exit via Tango, Yankee and Kilo, cross runway 22.
Tango, Yankee, Kilo, cross runway 22, southwest 2036. 3999, 7120, traffic first. 7120, departure tower, 3999.
Okay, we got a buzz of activity marching to 17 here. Got a couple CRJs, pass. We're going to focus on the more prominent A320. And of course, this is a former Northwest Airlines A320.
Just so happens she's headed to Raleigh-Durham.
That's airport code RDU.
Operating Delta 2699. So yes, Alex, I heard you talking earlier about, who watched the Super Bowl last night. I did.
Oh, yeah.
I was kind of rooting for Seattle.
I was rooting for the Seahawks as well because I want to laugh in the face of Viking fans.
I heard you say that.
And now I get to do it. You have to feel sorry for Viking fans, though. They just continue to get punched in the gut every single year. I cannot imagine dealing with that level of depression at the end of the year. Whether it's some heartbreaking loss or seeing former players go and do pretty prominent things in their career elsewhere in other cities or for other ball clubs.
The 170 pad at 2 Kilo, southwest 2036.
The 2036 monitor tower now 126.7 for your sequence.
Now, in the earlier days, before the AFL-NFL merger, the Vikings were a really legit ball club. They did win an NFL championship. I will give them that. But they have won diddly squat as far as championships are concerned in the Super Bowl era. They had 4 chances in the 1970s to make the magic happen, and they ran into the super teams of the decade. They ran into the
Steelers,
Kansas City Chiefs, the Steel Curtain, the Pittsburgh Steelers dynasty with head coach Chuck Noll, quarterback Terry Bradshaw, running back Franco Harris, receiver Lynn Swann, defensive lineman Joe Green.
Ground, 1813, Romeo.
1813, runway 17.
All of which Hall of Famers.
Kilo, cross runway 22.
So they ran into that super team in the 70s that they lost to, and then they ran into the Miami Dolphins.
Southwest 2836, Minneapolis, your sequence is behind.
As Larry Zonka, who was their fullback,
Southwest 2836.
ran all over their defense in that Super Bowl.
4035, Minneapolis, tower, traffic 3 mile final at Mike, crossing my 12 right, and running 1.
So the Vikings have not been terribly fortunate with postseason success. Unlike my Green Bay Packers, although I can't really say too much because we are kind of... We're just not there in the playoffs yet.
Well, I guess I became a fan of Seattle for the game last night because, of course, I've been out there a number of times. My uncle and his wife actually moved out there, and that's where he ended his flying with his retirement flight into SeaTac. So, of course, we made a number of trips out there from here. And also, there was a possibility that we were going to make a move out there because Northwest had a pilot base out there. But we ended up...
Yeah, that's correct.
We ended up staying put here.
Seattle is a beautiful city. So our good friend Harrison Rademacher, he's guest hosted the show a few times, I think. So he actually is based out in Seattle. Although he has South Minneapolis roots, and he's a Minnesotan through and through, but he lives out in the Pacific Northwest. Southwest arriving with the shorter 737-700. I just love the Dash 700 variant of the 737. It just looks so cool. Very sporty looking 737 RJ.
12 left, taxi via Bravo Hotel in Quebec, across my 22. Bravo Hotel, Quebec, across my 22, for 12 left, Delta 26.
Delta 2699, turn left to 140-17, clear for takeoff. Twenty-eight 36, 17 minor point.
7 minor point, Southwest 2836.
Gus 4035, give way to the 73 ahead to left.
There's the skyline of downtown Minneapolis on the horizon. The building that is kind of in the center of your screen, that's in front of the skyline, that is the headquarters for the Metropolitan Airports Commission. So that's where their main offices are located. So the Metropolitan Airports Commission is the governing body, the corporation that owns and operates MSP along with other metro airports.
So heads up, Alex. We've got some trucks rolling from both fire stations.
That we do. Okay.
2699, flight 140, traffic departure. Right, 3269 Minneapolis, Aircraft phone, short tunnel, wind 1207, I want your exit line. 1813, turn left heading 140, anyone 7, clip takeoff. Just 4035, right 17, minor point.
3989, Minneapolis, taxi via Papa to the gate. Crash 19 plus 1 on Charlie across 12 right.
Crash 19 plus 1 at Charlie, crossing 112 right.
Crash 19 plus 1 crossing 12 right at Charlie.
3942, turn right, taxi via Whiskey Delta, monitor ground 100.
Whiskey Delta, monitor ground, good ahead, 42 great day.
South 2836, turn right, heading 215, cancel departure.
Right heading 215, over departure, Southwest 2836.
Well, I don't think we've picked up on anything yet, have we? But they're headed to the north side.
Got 4035 from left heading 120 to 17, clip takeoff.
The 2687, runway 17, taxi via Delta Bravo Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Alright, over to 17 via Delta Bravo Charlie, hold short of 12 right, Delta.
Yeah, not sure what's going on, but that's never good. I think an alert 2 just got issued.
Touch approved, 1617, Delta 20.
Airport 15 minutes, start at 2 miles. William 1506 to the 2. Drone 1 direct, put on.
All right, so our next arrival on the South Parallel, American Airlines 3269 from Dallas. RJ, if you can start looking into where our Alert 2 is currently at or what the situation is. Also a big call to action for our audience.
So do we have an inbound that has been reported? That is why they've responded?
989, roger.
I was just about to go swap something out in my car, so I'd had my headset off and set my mic down. So I missed out on that.
That's okay.
Delta 2687, monitor tower 126.7.
126.7 monitor.
I was already checking in on 170. It's my nature. It's in my blood.
Delta 2119, Kirksville.
You always got to check up on the A350s, I think.
2395, Delta 2114.
Okay. KD0AXS.
Never 4982, Minneapolis ground push
Thanks
approved.
for
Expect
giving
runway
us
12
the
left.
information tip. So trucks are going to 12 left for an inbound
Okay, Charlie,
C-130
cross 12 right on
with an
Whiskey,
engine
cross,
out.
for
Go for 12. So that indeed is an Alert 2.
Again.
Alpha Delta Pacific.
So we have a C-130 that will be arriving on the North Parallel.
Delta 2687, next one to land, doing an auto land on a 3 mile final. If you get to critical area before they land, if you could please stop and then just continue once they land.
Okay, yeah, we can absolutely do that for Delta 2687.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
so if that's the
22 Juliet,
scenario,
American
would they
ground push approved.
necessarily
Expect
show
runway
up on
12
flight
left.
radar? Because I know those C-130s don't always show up.
I don't think it will show up on Flight Radar. I'm sure it's on ADS-B.
Okay, because I don't use ADS-B. I'm just using flight radar.
So I'm going to go check on that here real quick. Okay, so I have it pulled up. I don't see it right now. They probably, if I'm going to guess, they don't
Juliet, Minneapolis ground. Use caution.
Okay.
have their
Waiting to
information
park at
available.
Charlie
I
19.
think.
Just found a couple of
Expect runway 12 left.
C-130s that are coming in this direction out of the southeast. So
121 Juliet, they're waiting to park at 19. They're
could it
behind
be
the
one
T-right.
of them?
You might be onto something. I think
So
that could be the case.
I just had to wait for an ad to roll through.
27,
Yeah, I've
runway
mentioned it
17,
multiple
taxi via Lima.
times. I still do not have a paid version of Flight Radar.
Bridge 416, turn right at Key 7.
Here is Sun
taxi
Country,
Whiskey and Delta, contact point.
arriving on the South Parallel.
Whiskey Delta, good day, Sun Country 416.
As Minnesota's hometown airline continues to come home to roost, just like this 737-800.
So, Alex, I have found the two C-130s. They're both kind of in tandem, side by side, a little bit to one another. They're just north of the
Clear of 12 right, going to hotel
intersection of the Mississippi and St. Croix River, kind of They just kind of flew over
416.
the Hudson area, which is where the I-94 bridge goes over the river from Minnesota to Wisconsin. They're headed kind of in a northwesterly direction. So those are the closest C-130s that I have just found.
Heading runway 17, clear for takeoff.
So there goes one of the emergency response vehicles.
So, in essence, not sure if either one of those two are what is involved. Trying to find the right words to say here. Guess we just have to kind of track them and find out.
Yeah, the trucks are in position. The trucks are in position on the north parallel, as you can see over there at a distance. So now it's the anxious bit, the waiting game. So I'm going to take a peek out in the distance and see if I can see any more of our ARF trucks that are in position.
And Air 4982, runway 12 left, that could be a pop across runway 22.
Okay, so the one C-130 that's to the south has just started to make a turn to the left. The one that was to the north appears to be continuing in the direction that they had been going.
Sergeant, I'm setting 130, runway 17, clear.
Okay.
630 taxi to Romeo.
The 2066, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie.
In fact, this
runway 12 right.
Charlie 5
I'm
Charlie,
gonna
12 right.
give it away a little bit. This one C-130 is about to literally almost fly right over my house.
There you go. Because you live on the east side of the metro. We're not going to say where, but...
Yeah.
So they're around your neck of the woods.
Yes, they are. So
Okay.
they're in the
121
area where
Juliet,
I'm at,
the left turn out is
in the
approved,
Northeast
runway
Metro.
12, taxi via pop across runway 22
Because,
behind the
yeah,
Sierra
for
Club
obvious
Mateo.
reasons, we're not going to give out specifics as to where we call home. General area, yeah, but specific, nope.
Juliet, runway
Okay, and
12
then
left,
the
taxi
one
via pop
C-30,
across
the
runway 22.
C-130 that's a little bit further to the north has made a little bit of a turn too. So they're not, one behind the other right now. They're a little bit more side by side at a distance from one another.
Air 4982, emergency aircraft inbound for 12 left, and they're going to close that runway behind that traffic. So expedite your taxi and be ready at the end, please. 121
Okay.
Juliet and 182 Juliet.
Do you
same
see
for
him,
guys.
Alex?
They're going to close the runway after emergency aircraft lands.
See if
So
you're.
expedite the taxi.
I
be
didn't know
ready
if you
at the
had
end.
your flight radar up. So the one between the two of them that's furthest south is just almost due north of downtown St. Paul right now.
Yeah, on mine, for some reason, I can't see them.
Okay.
Okay, I think the reason is that I might have some filters on here.
The 2866, monitor tower 126.7.
On a 267, double 2866.
But I know we usually see them, of course,
Charlie Cross,
being
runway
here at the
12
airport, we
right.
see them, one behind the other.
Yeah,
But-
typically.
But once they're airborne, that's not necessarily always the case as to how they end up staying. Because I know I've actually heard them go over my house where I'm at. Or I've heard something for that matter. Then I grab my phone and pull up my flight radar, and it's like, oh, C-130s. They kind of had that sound. But they're a little bit more side by side when they're airborne, when they're flying.
So things continuing to get a little tense and interesting out here at MSP Airport today. So RJ, I don't know if I mentioned it to you already, but we had not one, but two, count them, two go-arounds.
I
Couple missed
actually,
approaches.
yeah, I actually watched that happen when I was still at home.
Well, tell you what, there's hardly a dull moment out here spotting on this Monday from MSP.
Well, there's that old saying, life is always interesting.
On such as a spot like this, I think that phrase holds true. So this acts Northwest Delta A319, transiting Whiskey to 17 to take off.
The 2963, runway 17, taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 22, hold short, runway 12 right.
And I heard you talking earlier again about our MD-11 situation. Yeah, we do have, I think I counted, what, three UPS aircraft and 2 FedEx that are currently parked here behind us. And yeah, it's always sad to see our MD-11 here.
2066, and that's starting left heading 130, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 130 on the heading, clear for takeoff, 17, number 28.
We were there on hand to witness the MD-11 that right now is all covered up and being stored over at the cargo pad arrive on November 7th last year.
She came in on 30 left, did a mic taxi. We both did what I called a silent salute. Came in and parked, and she has not moved since because the grounding announcement was made later that evening.
I almost thought it was a joke, and then I reread it again, and I'm like, understandable given the circumstances.
Well, when the unfortunate incident, of course, happened in Louisville, I've mentioned this before. Those of us that are on the broadcast team, we do have a team chat, way of, communicating with each other. And I was out actually hiking and exploring some of one of our wonderful state parks, just north of where I went to elementary school, kindergarten through 6th grade, and all of a sudden it was just going off like crazy, and I stopped and took a look, and that's when...
Okay, I think this is our alert 2 right here.
Yes, I was watching, and she was starting to make the turn.
And
then, of course, the news came out of what had all happened.
And 180 Delta 2066, contact departure. Pleasure departure, Delta 2066.
Okay, so the C-130 that could be in question is now on final.
Delta 2963, monitor tower 126.7.
567, 2963.
Protect 6 Minneapolis ground, push approved.
Approved. Delta 2963 at Mike Cross, running 12 right, join Whiskey 17.
Mike Cross 12 right, join Whiskey 17 Delta on my right.
Looks like the number 4 engine is not spinning.
1914 Minneapolis, running 12 right, clear to land, and wind 170 at 4.
Oh, actually, it's number 3. My bad. Yep, number 3 engine is shut down.
Signature 604 Minneapolis, Tower Company 5 ahead, runway 12 right, clear to land, and wind 170 at 4.
Integrity 345, next ground, push approved, expect runway 17.
Push approved for 17, second street 345.
All right, I think they'll be A-okay. All right, let's take another peek at this, RJ. So here is our emergency landing, and Alert 2 went out for this. So you can see the number 3 engine is not spinning. So I'm pretty sure that... So it looks like that was the particular engine, the number 3 engine there on the right side of the wing. That was the troublesome engine.
63 Minneapolis, start turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
So you can see we had a nice smooth touchdown. No assistance needed.
Turn to 120, please.
They've got 3 other power plants to motor that Hercules to the hangar, where I'm sure they're going to take a thorough look at that number 3 engine. So that's certainly going in our runway recap for later tonight. MN Sports Fan 88 says, we need a shed emoji, Alex. That's in reference to that big, beautiful utility building that gets in everyone's pictures when aircraft are taxiing. Whiskey and or arriving at 12 right.
Cross runway 422. Sun Country 1914, taxi Whiskey Delta, contact
Garage
point
Band
9 as you go.
Superheroes, yeah. At least it's not a fire engine out.
Yeah,
boy, that'd be hairy.
Delta hold short of runway 12, right?
Okay, so there is a second one.
Signature 1914, taxi Whiskey and Delta monitor point 9 as you go.
That we're also getting an indication of it's going to touch down as well.
Yep, I've got them on flight radar. I think they're the ones that that we can see.
Delta 2963 heading 120, contact departure. Delta 29, sorry, Endeavor 5292 Minneapolis Tower, runway 12 right, line up and wait, traffic turning at 12 miles an hour. Air 5292, line up and wait, 12 wait. Crash 19 plus 1 at Delta Cross.
I don't think they're...
On the hold.
They're not touching down, Alex. They're going to fly right over the airfield. They're too high.
Crash 19 plus 1 at Delta Cross, 21 to right, traffic going on the hold. Crash 19 plus 1, crossing 1 to right at Delta. Q. 604, turn at Whiskey 3, taxi Whiskey and Delta, contact point 9 as you go.
check that out.
There were 52-92 wind calm.
A little bit of a show there.
100, runway 12 right, clear takeoff.
Denver 5292, clear departure 12 right with a left turn to 100.
Freedom 604, exit taxi via Whiskey, runway 4, hold short of Tango.
Whiskey, runway 4, short tango.
Tower 5537, after on push approved, runway 17.
Hello, Delta 1036, running back to
Oh, wow. Are they going to try a tactical landing here?
Via Alpha, Charlie, hold short, runway 128.
Only 1 via Alpha, Charlie, hold short 12 right, Delta 10.
Well, stay with them.
Second 604 is on the Hotel 4, unoccupied.
Taxi 1914, what speed are you going to?
H4, Hotel 4, second 604.
Sergeant here, County 1914, what speed are you turning into?
Hotel 7, Sun Country 1914.
Thank you. 604, taxi via Whiskey Delta.
Whiskey Delta, Hotel 4.
2 right, clear to land, wind variable left.
Red land, 128.
My gosh.
That was fun.
Take it to 345 Minneapolis, turn left heading 140, runway 17, clear takeoff.
There you go. A C-130 tactical landing.
Oh, Moose, I see. I love your car. Pilot is bored at work. Let me bank left and do a tactical landing.
Sure, there's a pretty good reason for that.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know when I found them on flight radar, I'm not sure where they were coming from because the, you know, that little crumb line that develops when you're tracking flights on these tracking websites did not give me any information as far as where they had originally come from. And of course, they, just like our regular pilots that are in the left seat of all these commercial flights, they have to do their training, do their takeoff and landings, different situations to be prepared for anything that comes up at any time.
No kidding.
You can do those sorts of things in a simulator, but you've also got to go out and do it for real.
Boy, I'll tell you what, isn't that going to make for a stunning highlight later.
So in all the time you've been out here doing this, Alex, have you ever had anything like that happen before?
I did just once, actually.
Delta 1036 Minneapolis Tower at Charlie, cross runway 12 right, join Whiskey and cross runway 4.
Alright, cross 12 right at Charlie, join Whiskey and cross 14.
Go on Minneapolis ground, runway 12 left, take via Papa, cross number 4, follow the 900 toward Papa.
422 Charlie Papa, any right turn taxi straight in, have a nice day.
Taxi straight in, stay with you.
Last time I saw a C-130 tactical landing anywhere, which actually, by the way, was here, was back in 2022. It was actually during the summer. I can't remember what month it was in particular. I want to say June or July, maybe?
So that was before I made my way back up here.
Yeah, I can remember that they were actually doing some practice with tactical landings, but don't think we've ever caught that on the broadcast until today. That is so fun. Gordon, I would agree. That's one for the highlight reel indeed. So we have the replays of both C-130s on arrival. So there you go. So that's why you keep it right here on MSP Live, because we have the look that we just saw. Well, folks, we'd invite you to stick around on MSP Live. Our Manic Monday continues to get busy and action-packed. That title does not lie. So if you're just tuning in to MSP Airport, welcome everybody to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota, and your home for live plane spotting here in the great state of Minnesota on MSP Live.
The City 43 on the 1 to left, take via Pop, crossing the 4. 5537 on our tower, 126.7.
Whoops, sorry about that.
So the 1036 Minneapolis, wind 1106, turn left heading 130, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
17 clear for takeoff, and then a left 130 heading.
All right, so our north parallel runway is back open for business.
So the 833 Minneapolis, runway 12 right, clear to land, and wind 1005. Got 3681, turn right, pop up 4. If you got it, the RJ waits for you. Contact ground on point now.
The 36 on the woman, turn taxi straight to the gate.
Evan Sports Fan 88 looked like an air show. Yeah, shades of Oshkosh here on this Monday. Providing some particularly interesting entertainment for us spotters out here at the viewing area or wherever else you're watching.
5537 F-Star, keep moving at the Lake intersection, cross runway 12 right, traffic 3 mile final, turn whiskey to runway 17.
Kit Stallberg not entirely sure what the nature of those C-130 missions are. Of course, that's something that we will never know unless if we actually are in the service on that particular mission. But even if we did, nobody's saying anything.
21 Minneapolis, runway 12 left, line up, wait, no traffic on your phone. Yes, 3921, wind 1105, turn left heading 100, runway 12 left, clear takeoff. So 2025 minutes afternoon, traffic 5 ahead, the wind 1104, runway 12 right, clear to land.
All right. Got another arrival about to touch down on 12 right.
So 1605 and 17 taxi via Pop, cross McClure, Mike, hold short of an 12 right.
Papa Contour, Mike,
All right, we'll take another look at our arrival
Open contact ground on point 9.
on the south parallel.
Got 3921 contact, Portugal 2. Just 4130 Minneapolis ground, push approved, 12 left. Sir, 4130 Minneapolis ground, your push approved, 12 left. Up 833 Minneapolis ground, I'm at a block 2, where are you going?
Charlie 13, Delta 833.
They text via Alpha, Delta, Quebec for Delta 833.
Alpha, Delta, Quebec, Delta 833.
All right, here's our next arrival on MSP South Parallel Runway. And it's a 757.
Push approved, 12 left.
This is Delta Flight 2825 from Atlanta.
Alaska 555 with Echo 1 for push.
United 2732 Minneapolis ground, Delta 3, push approved, runway 17.
Push through for 17 and Delta 3, Delta 276.
1531 Minneapolis ground, normally we call metering for if the push was approved, runway 17. 2591 Minneapolis ground, push approved, 12 left.
All right, here's another look at Delta 2825, touching down with the 757 from Atlanta.
Delta 2825, turn left at Alpha 4, join Alpha and contact ground point 9.
That's a smooth touchdown. if I do say so myself. We've had quite a few butter landings today, haven't we? Awesome stuff.
Ground good. Zero Delta 2875 on the ground out for Golf. 25 minutes ground take.
All right, so this 757 is going to head to Golf 20.
Delta 833 join Papa.
So it looks like they are going to go all the way down to the end of G gates. So that was our flight from Atlanta. There they are.
2825 on ground frequency.
So their arrival gate is Golf 20 today.
Delta 1605 on our tower 126.7. 77 Minneapolis ground, runway 17, taxi via Papa. Hold short of Papa 4. 17, Papa short Papa 4. That's 55 Minneapolis ground, push approved, 12 left.
Okay, push approved for 12 left, Alaska 555.
Here's Delta 1605 on the move for St. Louis Lambert with the 717-200. So nobody's on final approach right now on 12 right, so they're just going to cross.
4130 behind the 1 out of 79 on the 12 left, taxi via Pop, customer 4. 3217 minutes ground, push approved on the 17. Push approved 17. 3744 minutes ground on the 17, taxi via Pop, customer 4. Mike, hold short for the 128, Pop will be on the Emirates jet, leaving 23. 744 on the fixed operational permit. Just 77 let up the direction, turn into gate Charlie 13, then continue via Pop, customer 4. Mike, hold short of anyone to right.
Josh, I would definitely agree with that. Love the 717s.
2732 and 17 taxi expect, customer 4, Mike, hold short of an 013.
Quebec cross 4, Mike, short of 12 right.
555.
555.
Ask your crew if they can pull top of the alley to allow that 7-3 out of Fox 3 to push behind you.
Okay, we'll ask.
Endeavor 5037, you're going to be behind the 900. That just came out of 79.
Snarky Maven, thanks for tuning in. Good to see you today. Yeah, I heard that as well. Kind of wondered about that. So after our tactical landing, nice job and congratulations on the retirement after the tactical landing. So must have arranged something special for someone's last flight.
So there was a reason then.
Oh yeah.
I was sightseeing here, walking around. Getting a few steps in, I went back and stood on top of the big pile of snow behind us.
Verify that. Clear to push at Hotel 604, Sun Country 407.
Who was asking for the verification of what?
Oh, it's heard 607, we're Sun Country 407, Hotel 6, clear to push, correct?
Yeah, 407 Sun Country, you are clear to push.
Good push.
United 1531, airborne 27 to 430.
Salute the pencil. Delta 1208 coming in from Orlando. Former Northwest 75300.
All right, let's take another look via instant replay. That's an aircraft I'll never get tired of seeing over and over and over again. 757-300. It's my favorite narrow-body aircraft ever built.
4 total to pass your right wing.
It's also the largest, longest twin jet narrow body ever made.
Why she's nicknamed the Flying Pencil.
Well, these aircraft, as big as they are super sporty.
170 to Tango Kilo.
Lots of horsepower, too.
No kidding. The 757s are actually overpowered. Their power to weight ratio, their thrust is so high, it's among the best in the industry.
Did I remember hearing you right, Alex, that you've never flown on one?
That would be correct. I have to
Runway 422, I believe it was
plan a trip
utility,
sometime,
that's
and
the number.
hopefully paths will cross to where I can fly on one.
Utility 6, thank you.
Oh, I have.
Number is that? Second one, no factor view.
There's only one way to feel the power of that aircraft, and that is to fly on one.
The left side follows you.
Yep.
4130, Christian 3744, official factory behind United on Mike. I didn't, but I'm done with you, so you're good. We'll go down. Monitor tower 126.7. 3744, again, you're behind the United. You monitor tower 126.7, good day.
All right, here's our next arrival for Delta Airlines. This is Flight 770 from Fort Myers, Southwest Florida International.
Delta 770 going to Alpha, Fox 9. 730 Minneapolis, got the other reaction right back to the Alpha Delta, hold short Charlie 5. Alpha Delta short Charlie 5, Delta 770. 100, runway 12 left, start takeoff.
So here is Delta on Whiskey with the next Northwest A320 headed to New York's LaGuardia.
On Mike Cross 12 right, and Whiskey 17, that's 3877. United 1531, Minneapolis, Mike Cross, runway 12 right, join Whiskey to 17. Mike Cross 12 right, join Whiskey to 179, 1531. Now secondary flight 07.
So we'll let them carry on to runway 17. We could have some de-icing practice going on there over by the fire truck. RJ, I'll be honest with you, it kind of looks like early March out here with all of the snow melt.
Absolutely.
Give us taxi instructions again for Alaska 555.
Well, you know, overall, yes, we've had more snow this winter than the last two, but even then it still hasn't been a huge amount. I mean, nothing to come close to the first winter that I was back up here, which was the 2022-23 winter, when we had 93 inches over the entire season measured here at MSP.
I just flipped it over, I believe that was 256, clear to push.
The last two winters, we pretty much went almost all the way through with the ground being pretty much bare almost the whole time. When we did get some snowfall, it didn't last because it melted rather quickly afterwards because the temps were warming back up. And then this winter, yeah, we've had a couple of big snow events, but not a whole lot in between. And then in between, we've had some warmer temps, which has caused everything to look the way it is around here. So, you know, that's why everybody's seeing the way it looks the way it does around here. Because, yes, there is snow here on the ground, but it's getting a little bit scarce because we do have a lot of bare ground out here as well. Because this whole week, you know, we're going to be pushing mid to high 30s.
1025 monitor tower on 126.7. 12017, quick takeoff, status 30 at 77. 2732, contact departure.
Got a bunch of red tails coming out for the Next, northwest gear. Could probably put the red tails on this in the live chat for this particular fire training DC-9. So yeah, I saw one of the de-icing trucks kind of walk around and check it out.
217 heading 140, contact departure.
All right, looks like one of our
1531, turn left heading 140.
A330s, I think, over there might be the A350, hard to tell. Somebody's getting catering. That I can't tell you.
44 minutes, 17, line of point.
Somebody is getting catered.
At Romeo 10, FA main Mobile 10, I believe it was. Proceed, runway 12 left. As
Our next arrival on the South Parallel comes to us from Orlando, Florida. Sun Country 344 is next up for landing on 12 right.
Sure. Got 3877 heading 120, contact departure.
Departure, good day, 3877.
Good day. Got 3744, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear takeoff. Delta 2591 heading 100, contact departure.
They touched down short.
1531 heading 140, contact departure. Reporting at 10.25 and start Charlie Cross, then 12 right, going Whiskey Cross, runway 4.
Charlie Cross, 12 right, Whiskey Cross 4, Delta 1025.
And a little bit cooler here, most likely, than when they left Orlando. Although, with the recent cold weather that we had up here, they had some cold weather down there as well.
Yeah, no kidding.
I know a friend of mine down there was telling me how she was trying to dress just to take their dog out.
Minneapolis, wind 140.5, turn left heading 100.
When it gets below 60 down there, people that are cold, of course, especially those that are more native, born and raised, which I believe she is.
There were so many people that were down there during that cold snap that were thinking to themselves, what kind of weather is this? It's just another normal day in our neck of the woods for winter.
And there were some areas too, Alex. I mean, you may have seen it. People did see some flurries. It's not impossible that it can happen down there, but of course it's not going to stay on the ground. The ground is always going to be too warm. And then the iguanas fall.
Oh yeah, seeing the pictures of all of the shocked iguanas.
And I remember when I was in the position that I had down there for 24 years, had somebody come in, was kind of really complaining and moaning and groaning about the weather because it was cold and, you know, it can be more humid cold, damp cold down there. And I subtly mentioned, well, you know, Florida has a winter too. So, of course, you know, they didn't probably like hearing that comment, but you know, everybody has their version of a summer, everybody has their version of a winter.
2298 Minneapolis, runway 12 left, clear to land, and wind 130.5. Net is 2298 affirmative, runway 12 left, clear to land. It's 4262 affirmative, runway 12 right, clear to land. Delta 1025, wind 140 at 4, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear takeoff.
we're going to get some de-icing training here. As one of our de-icing trucks is back over to the DC-9 and the fire training area. So they will train de-icing crews over here. It's always fun to watch training.
Denver 4992, monitor down 6.7.
Here's Sky West arriving with the CRJ from Aberdeen on the South Parallel. Easy enough for me to say.
Cross 12 right at Charlie, right on Whiskey, cross runway 22, Delta 2612.
KLS 4262, turn left to our Alpha.
Okay.
Got
another
right, heading 215.
Fire truck on the roll here. I think it's just one truck, though.
Southwest 256, Minneapolis, afternoon, runway 17, line of flight.
Yeah, the fire station that's over here closest to T2 is quiet.
2 minutes contact the Alpha Delta, Quebec. Alpha Delta, Quebec.
That's good. Doesn't appear to be anything too serious by the looks of it. Hope that it stays that way.
Everybody ready for an update on 170?
All right, go for it.
She's 40 minutes out. 41,000.
United 2298 AMS contact via Papa Lippigan. United 2298 taxi Papa Deco 6 monitor ground point under.
And I do believe she's a little early today.
Center 389 contact departure. 256, turn left heading 140, runway 17, clear takeoff.
Yep, scheduled arrival was 4:45, estimated at 4:15, so about 30 minutes early. She was about 20 minutes delayed out of Seoul, but that's easy to make up en route.
Especially with the speed of the Airbus A350.
Or as you like to call her, Big Sexy.
Yeah.
We all have names for things.
Just thought that was a fun nickname. You know, everyone calls it Trash Panda, like it is the best looking jet that Airbus has ever come out with, in my opinion. So not only is it stylish, it's at the cutting edge of some of the avionics and other technology that Airbus has put forth, and there's also a jet that has a very special place in my heart. It was the very first wide-body aircraft that I ever got to fly on. It was the A350-900. It's actually from Minneapolis to Detroit. Last month, if you remember correctly. For those that have watched the show since then, I've been hyping it up all throughout the summer, and then when the day finally came, that was a wonderful experience.
Of course, remember we had some other excitement earlier that
We did.
day.
And as you come around the corner, you'll see United turning into the gate.
So that wasn't the only fun you had that day.
Yeah, speaking of wide bodies, we had so we broadcasted the departure of the Lufthansa A380 Divergent. They were over northern Wisconsin when they came into land because they actually had an infant child that needed urgent medical attention, so they had to get that aircraft down as quickly as possible. And that flight was a Lufthansa Super from Munich to Denver. And, well, MSP, we have the facilities to handle it, should the need arise.
Encore 3817, minutes down, push approved, runway 12 left.
That is just about the quickest turnaround I've ever seen from a diversion here ever. They were down and back up, I think, under an hour. Crazy stuff.
Over 4992, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Heading runway 17.
Delta 170 Heavy now 36 minutes away from arrival into the Twin Cities. It's our A350 flight from Seoul, South Korea. That's always a highlight towards the later stages of the afternoon hours.
Checking in on our departures involving our heavies too, Alex. We're coming up on 160.
That's right. We also have international departures as well in addition to that. So pay attention. We'll have our wide-body departure with a 3:30 to Amsterdam. We'll also have Delta 10 coming up around 5 p.m.
And we'll have to keep an eye on 160, Alex. Of course, she has a 3:35 p.m. local time scheduled departure, and we're just a little past that, actually. And there's nothing moving over there.
160 Heavy, they have kind of struggled to stay on time, I think.
Over 4992, turn right heading 215, contact departure. Heading 215 over departure to 4992.
So, folks, if you're just tuning in, welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport for live plane spotting on MSP Live. So it's been a chaotic Monday for live plane spotting out here at the viewing area. Alex Redding or Jay Bean, happy to walk you through everything that we're excited to share from out here at the aircraft viewing area. Can't think of a better place than to come out here and do a nice stream for you guys to start the week off. And we up here in the state of Minnesota, we are beyond blessed to have some ridiculously good weather, as in terms of how warm it's going to be for this time of year. Look at the rest of this week. I think it's a good time that we should take a look at the weather outlook for the next 5 to 6 days. So here's our 6-day forecast. So tomorrow, it's going to be around maybe 34 degrees. I mean, we are going to kind of hover around the 30s, maybe dip back into the high 20s on Wednesday. It's going to clear up on Wednesday. Should be nice. And then, my goodness, 41 degrees Fahrenheit on Sunday next week. Can you believe that, RJ?
Yeah, that's my next shift. You know where.
Yeah. Now, of course, we'll have a more accurate idea as we get closer. But as you take a look at the week ahead, there are certainly going to be some live shows in the works for later this week. Other than today, tomorrow I'm unable to do so. Same with Thursday. Wednesday, probably not.
It is M54, Minneapolis Tower, wind 1304, runway 12.
But again, we'll just have to see what happens.
Sun Country 754.
Did your forecast information show anything as far as we might have a little bit of a chance of some snow Wednesday night into Thursday morning?
So it's just a look at the overall condition. Yeah, so the forecasts was showing during the day clear skies, but yeah, I think we should have some snow accumulation. I mean, if there is going to be any, it's probably not. I mean, based on what I've heard, it's probably not going to be too much.
Yeah, same here. I just wasn't sure what you were pulling up, if there'd been any changes.
Yeah, we're just taking a look at the temps coming up here with the next 6 days that are to follow us being out here at the aircraft viewing area.
So an update on another heavy departure, Alex, is 152 to Paris, Charles de Gaulle.
There you go.
Scheduled for 4:40. And at the moment, they're on time for their departure. Of course, always can be subject to change.
Shad N says hello, Alex. Hello to you. Great to see you again.
Departure, Delta 160 Heavy, and like to put in a request to give relief funding constraint on the Wellstone departure. You won't need it off the 12, right?
Okay. I think that was 160 heavy.
3817, runway 12 left, active pop across from my 22.
There you go, RJ. Good timing. So that fire truck that we saw earlier, RJ, that was responding to a medical call on the north side of Terminal 1. So I just hope whoever is needing attention is okay.
Absolutely.
Yes, 4283, as you come inbound, can you just check the approach lights all left, just if there's anything that, you know, looks obviously burnt out.
It's going to a medical at Charlie 12. Hi, Chris. Chris is hello. Hope everyone's day is amazing. It's been an entertaining one so far. Great to have you on board with us.
Afternoon ground, American 894, so that's 015, ready to push.
So the sirens wailing in the background, that was actually for the ambulance that I think that's responding
American 894, Minneapolis
to the medical at C-12.
Go ahead and start the push, and plan on my 17 for departure.
So we're going to focus on our next inbound arrival, and it's Sun Country.
We'll start the push and plan 17, American 894.
Delta 2415, Minneapolis, push approved, plan on my 12 left.
All right, let's take a look at Sun Country coming in.
Whiskey Delta 9.9, take care.
I think our Dash 8 is also on its way out. I think I saw it.
160 has pushed too.
Yep, but I see them that they have.
Today being operated by a 330-900.
Nice. Because typically it's the A330-300 that gets the call. So there we go. There's a look at Delta 160 Heavy with the A330neo that has pushed back, and they'll be making their way over here to leave for Amsterdam tonight. I don't know if you can see it. It's just ducked behind the tower and adjacent buildings, but our Dash 8 is ready to head back to Regina, Saskatchewan.
1004, runway 12 right to the line.
Oh, there it is.
Secretary 9995, taxi to
Can you see it?
Lima 3, cross 4, hold short of runway 17.
So there's our Dash 8. All right, RJ, we have another arrival on the south parallel about to touch down. It's another Sun Country jet.
Delta 160 Heavy, we just got a phone call. If you get a moment, you can give your officer a call on the radio. We'll do for Delta 160 Heavy and maybe
Sun
about
Country 570 from Cancun, Mexico.
Delta 160. It's 4283, turn right, top 4, taxi, pop, and park, long ground 49 or anything, look out of place of the lights.
It's 3 hour and 50-minute flight today.
Secretary 570, turn right, Whiskey 5, taxi, Whiskey, Delta, park, long ground 49.
Let's take another look at our Sun Country arrival from Cancun. Also, a quick reminder, Delta 160 Heavy is almost
Yeah, we got to return to the gate. We're going to park us back
in motion, taxiing.
Delta 160 Heavy, roger, and just go back to meter when you guys are ready for the push again. Okay, I'll call you back on meter when we're ready to push Delta 160 Heavy, thanks.
Maybe they haven't pushed yet. Not sure what's...
Secretary 9995, monitor tower 123.
Not sure what's up. I don't think that's them, RJ.
6.7,
So is it that time of the day where they're moving an aircraft?
I think they might be.
Yes.
So this aircraft... Oh, yeah, their transponder came on.
Stay with me, taxi via Papa Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
They're going back into the
There
gate.
they are.
They pushed. They're going back into the gate.
Oh, wait, what?
1476,
So that was them.
Yep.
Push is approved, and it's runway 17 today.
I am so confused.
Approved, and we got 17 Delta 14.
Because their transponder was not showing on flight radar, so I thought, well,
Delta 2415 behind
any event.
Southwest. Taxi to runway 12 left, you pop across runway 22.
Yeah, with what I'm
Okay.
seeing with my flight radar, they did push back, and now they've gone back to the gate.
Delta 2287, minutes count, push approved, runway 17. Approved 17, Delta 2287. Ground American 894, we're ready to taxi with you. American 894, runway 17, taxi via Delta, hold short, runway 12 right. 14 via Delta, hold short of 12 right, American 894. That's 4959, I'm en route, turn left on Delta.
So we've just had back-to-back arrivals from Cancun.
one from Sun Country and one from Delta.
398, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground point over.
Go figure.
Delta 398, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground point over. There's Alpha 9.
And it looks like we got a pencil on
Core
pushback
3017,
over there from
contact
AFCON course.
Sun Country, minus 9995, Minneapolis Tower, Lima 3, cross runway 17, join Delta to control point 11 on the run-up head.
Yep, that's going to be Delta 1476 headed to Detroit.
4, monitor tower 126.
Former Northwest 75300.
Monitor 267, see you, American 894.
Right.
4918, Minneapolis Tower, wind 004, runway 12 right, to the left.
Land 12 right, heading 4918.
American 894, Minneapolis Tower, Delta, cross runway 12 right, turn right, Whiskey, cross runway 22.
Delta cross 12 right, right turn on Whiskey, cross 22, American 894.
Southwest 4959 and Delta, cross runway 12 right, continue straight ahead, Delta to your gate. You can monitor ground, 0.9 clear of runway 12 right today.
So 160 heavy. Was supposed to have a wheels up departure time by around 3:45 or 3:35 p.m. And now it looks like that will obviously not be the case. (401) Delta Zulu. Delta's very first A330-900 has the assignment tonight, so they push back, and then they, after pushing back, return to the gate. Don't know if it's a maintenance thing going on.
Well, in the meantime, I've got another update for 170.
Ooh.
The 2415,
35 minutes out.
Left, the line up and away.
Down to 33,000.
There's Prime Air with an arrival. They'll make their way over here. I think we might also get a bike taxi with that too.
1032 minutes down, collect.
Should be a lot of fun, as they'll just scoot right on by our position at the viewing area. So here's American Airlines on taxiway Whiskey. They're headed to the Metroplex this afternoon to Dallas, Fort Worth.
And then on Mike, hold short runway 12 right. 2415, wind of 0904, turn left, heading 100, runway 12 left, cleared statement.
I will hold here to 98, or you can do it down, thank you, tell them,
The South Margarita Tango, altimeter 2980, wind 0904.
Don Rumsey, thanks for tuning in, buddy. Says y'all are having summer weather. Feels like early spring is what it really feels like. This is our fall spring that we'll get in the winter time.
Over 1436 taxi with Golf. Tango.
1476,
All right, here's our next arrival, CRJ.
All right, taxi to Bravo Charlie, hold shorter 12 right, Delta 1466.
Delta 2249, runway 17, taxi Sylvia Alpha 3, just straight out to Alpha 3 and hold short of runway 12 right.
Alex, we've got a couple of Snowy Owl fans here. They've spotted Olaf.
Yeah, they certainly have.
Yes. Olaf has got his own fan club now.
There you go.
We're here for Olaf. So that's Olaf, huh?
That's Olaf.
Ground American 894, do you mind if we stop right here?
That's awesome.
Let's get another look at our
CRJ.
CRJ.
918, I guess, gonna have to continue down to Alpha 3 there.
Boy, look at the flare.
Alpha 3, is there anyone behind us?
Not at the moment. American 894, you
Look
need
at the
to stop
flare
for
on that
Kilo
CRJ landing.
The one and only one that's...
Copy left on Kilo.
Isn't it nice for you guys to...
Left on Kilo 8, short of Kilo, American 894.
Oh, got it. Left on Kilo 8.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you want to add that to our highlights package for tonight?
American 2415, contact departure.
You know, this is typically
There's Olaf.
not typically necessarily...
4918, change number 2, turn right on Whiskey 5 now, or Whiskey 3, right.
So
turn,
Olaf is
Whiskey,
spotting
land
with
left,
us. This is RJ's puppet owl friend. It's our new mascot,
180
apparently.
On the Bravo, pull forward and hold behind 11 or 12.
Well, hey, you know what?
Off the gate, I'll get you spun back around and point it in.
It's not a real snowy owl, but hey, at least we can say that we were able to spot a snowy owl today. There we go.
49, now you can continue up to Alpha 3, hold short of 12 right. And Alpha 3, short of 12 right.
Let's see those snowy owl emotes.
Delta
2287, left turn off the gate, taxi 217 via Alpha 3, and hold short of runway 12 right. You're going to be behind the company 321 right there.
All right, taxi Alpha 3, short of 12 right, and say again, holding 7, Delta 2287.
2287, you got it. You're just going to be following the company. It's right at your tail now.
Okay, looks like we got a bad trip. We got actually a hold position, so sorry about that, 2287.
Delta 2287, roger, let me know when you're ready.
2287, thanks.
2249, monitor 126.7. 160 heavy, push approved, runway 12 right.
Push approved, 12 right, Delta 160 heavy.
5 minutes down, push approved.
All right, looks like 160 Heavy got whatever they were dealing with sorted out.
Continue Mike here, November, hold short, runway 17. And Endeavor 4918, next right turn, Whiskey 7, cross runway 12 right, Whiskey 7, then left on Alpha. Thanks for your help.
Hey, Whiskey 7, cross 12 right, left turn Alpha, Endeavor 4918, still with you.
251 12, Minneapolis Tower, wind calm, runway 12 left, below it. 4918, ground point 9 on the other side, thanks.
Point 9 Alpha Zero.
Delta 2249, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 4 mile final, Alpha P, cross runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey.
All right, Paul Kruger, I will certainly do that. You know what? I think we're going to add it to the highlights. Because I'll tell you what, that was pretty close. If they would have flared any harder, that possibly would have been in the neighborhood of a tail strike. Gotta be careful.
Ground Alpha 2287, taxi Tango.
2287, same as starting to taxi Alpha 3, hold short of runway 12 right.
Alpha 3, short of 12 right, for runway 17, Alpha 2287, thanks.
Hey, it's 894. No, we're good right now. We're just talking to.
So Prime Air taxiing to West Cargo.
Dealing with something in the bag, but we don't need your assistance or anything at this time. Okay, let me know, thanks. Yep, we'll do 894. Delta 2249 on Whiskey, cross runway 22.
Whiskey, cross 22,
25 reposition via Sierra November.
But at least,
Cross runway 22, hold short runway 17.
Yes.
Sierra November, cross runway 22, cross runway 17.
So here's our flying pencil taxiing to 17 for its departure to Motown.
Secretary 3017 at November, cross runway 7.
So it's another X Northwest red tail.
Same direction on Lima there, won't be a factor.
All right, we're going to switch over to arrivals again.
Hold short of runway 12 right.
Here comes United.
Same direction on Lima, no factor. Yep, 5331, read back correct, and I just want to make sure you got that right departure frequency. Should be 132.9 or 7.
Right.
3575, now tower wind calm, on my 12 right, totally.
12 right, third land, big 3575.
Sun Country 9990 at Round Pad, requesting taxi at the Lima 58.
732.
Thanks, United 732, turn left to Alpha 5, going Alpha, contact ground point, enter.
Alpha 5, Alpha point 9, see you later, United 732.
See you. My 17.
So United Airlines arriving from Denver, Colorado.
So G-Man 5051, I see your comment. Where was the owl relative to you? Well, if you just heard the recent conversation, we had a couple of people here come by to see us. They spotted Olaf. Of course, Olaf is not real. So I don't think you have spotted any real snowies yet today, have you?
No, we haven't spotted any real snowies. The only avian friends that we have seen today have been a red-tailed hawk and a bald eagle. So other than the exception of Olaf here, no legitimate snowy owls.
Number 3 for departure out there, but behind the American 7-3 ahead.
Copy that, 1456. Delta 2287 on Whiskey.
Delta 160 Heavy is starting its taxi, although we're going to position to catch our next arrival first
November, cross runway 17, join Lima to the hangar.
before getting a good look at Delta 160.
30, 41, Maple Tower, runway 17, line up white, traffic's crossing downfield. 95112, turn right, close the gate. 5112, taxi, hop back, top one enter.
Hour, we'd like to release up at concentrating to 7 miles on the departure.
You won't need it. They'll give you a heading. I'll keep you away from the restriction. 112 to 105 for 230 heading. There's no climb restriction, so you'll probably get a 105 off the ground there.
Copy.
Visual 1 to right. 006, Maple Tower, afternoon, wind calm, runway 1 to right, clear to land.
Right, clear to land, 306.
Clear 3041, wind calm, flying runway heading, runway 17, clear bigger. KL 5112, minutes ground. Hold on, taxiway, pop up beam the gate. Just give way to a United Airbus. You're going to see him come around the corner, and then once you have room, you can pull in.
Well, there's 160 Heavy in motion. Taxiing to 12 right for departure. We'll take another peek at our Republic arrival with the Embraer in United Evo blue paint. Flying time just under 3 hours as this E175LR touches down on the south parallel.
75 minutes ground, taxi to the gate via Alpha and Delta.
Alpha and Delta.
3990, Maple Tower, traffic's holding position at the Lima 3, Kilo 3 intersection, cross runway 17, join Lima, cross runway 22.
331, monitor 126.7.
126.7 under 331.
Okay, so here is Delta 160 Heavy.
So whatever they had that caused them to push back and then return to the gate has been resolved, obviously, because they're on the move. Headed our way.
209 minutes ground, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 22.
What is CRJ, Mike Delta 2287?
Over 5331, Maple Tower, traffic 2 mile final, Mike intersection, cross runway 1 right, and Whiskey will be in front of the Delta, cross to the left.
Crossing 1 to right at Mike onto Whiskey in front of the Delta engine 331.
Back at 894, fly runway heading, runway 17, serve takeoff.
Back at 894, flight runway heading, clear for takeoff, runway 17.
3041, turn right heading 215, contact departure.
All right, so here is our Sun Country arrival that comes to us from Punta Gorda, Florida. It's in the Tide Pod colors.
Contact via Whiskey Delta.
There we go, everybody. A BOGO.
That's 4270 minutes ground, runway 1 to left, taxi via Papa.
2 for the price of 1.
1 to left via Papa.
Got the A321 in the foreground that is bound for Phoenix. And then you have Delta 160 Heavy, which we've already pointed out, headed to AMS. That is just across the runway on the opposite side of 12 right. I think they're on Alpha over there. Yeah, they're on Alpha.
94, turn right heading 215, contact departure.
Back at 894, good departure, turn right, 215.
Yep, they're
Hey,
gonna...
here's Frontier with the A321neo.
Oh, and let's see who's on the tail. Thunder the Bison.
Delta 2249, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Coming in from Dallas.
3306, can you still go to straight ahead and make a left on Charlie?
Yeah, we can do that.
Negative 306, they're just going to push now. So taxi at Charlie, hold short at Charlie 1. I'll get them on the way back now.
Okay, Charlie, hold short at Charlie 1.
That could be 617, Hotel 3, push approved for 17.
Hotel 3.
All right, here's Thunder the Bison. Thundering its way into MSP as the A321neo touched down nicely and then threw on the reversers. And that's where the Thunder part came from.
For 5331, wind calm, turn left heading 120, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
So there you go. For all you Frontier fans out there, this one's for you. So we'll get them taxiing by or nearby to Terminal 2 in just a little bit, so we can hopefully get a close-up of Thunder the Bison on the tail. Meanwhile, 160 Heavy has just about completed its taxi to the end of runway 12 right, 30 left. They're going to be departing off 12 right.
49, turn right heading 215, contact departure, see you. So 2287, runway 17, line up 1.
So this airframe, November 401,
So 377 minutes, going to push approved, runway 12 left.
November 401 Delta Zulu. It's the first
347 minutes, going to push approved,
A330 Neo that was delivered to Delta. Delta has so many A330-900 Neos. It's the backbone of their long-haul network.
So if it was the first to join the fleet, do we know when that was?
That would have been May of 2019. So this aircraft was delivered to Delta Airlines just before the outbreak of the COVID pandemic.
Denver 5209er heading 10. Denver 5331 heading 10, contact departure.
All right, everybody. The Silent Giant taking its place.
Wind 004, turn left heading 105, runway 12 right, clear to takeoff.
Left hand turn heading 105 degrees, clear for takeoff, runway 12 right, Delta 160 heavy.
Encore Shamrock in 989, Minneapolis Tower, wind 004, runway 12 left, go to left. 4270 Minneapolis Tower, 1 mile, then I'll get you going, traffic to heavy air, about 330 departing the tower, same direction, close to the room, hold. The 2287, turn right heading 215, contact departure. Center 160 heavy heading 105, contact departure.
Heading 105 over departure, Delta 160 heavy.
All right, we're going to show you the tail of Thunder, the Bison A321neo. There's Thunder.
Security 107, minutes gun, push to the approved, plan runway 17. Push approved, plan 17, secretary 107.
You can also see part of the Terminal 2 expansion progress as well as we break away from our Frontier flight that just came in from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport.
And on the north side, Alex, we've got Shamrock coming in from Dublin. About to touch down.
All right, so we're going to swing over here and catch Shamrock. And they're early today.
Yeah, her scheduled arrival was 4:55,
12 left, line up and win.
and it's currently about 4:12 here in the Twin Cities. So, yep, she's very early.
Runway 17, Sierra Kilo, cross 22, Sun Country 663.
Ground Sun Country 347, Tango, ready taxi. Look at 347, runway 17, make a left turn, taxi via Delta.
And
Whiskey,
we've
cross
got
runway 22.
170 approaching.
Left turn, Delta Whiskey,
3 minutes
cross
out.
22 for runway 17, Sun Country 347.
And from the way it looks, Alex, she will be the next for arrival on 12 right.
Left 99, turn right, Papa 3, join Papa, cut the ground point out.
Well, that's the way I like it.
Another pushback now.
Keep those heavies coming.
Yeah, it looks pretty, I think it's flat. Okay, second 306, that's fine. Just wait for the two company 73s to pass on Sierra, and then you can go Sierra and Delta back into the gate.
It's a current look at the aircraft viewing area, a little behind the scenes as to where we are. Smack dab at the end of Cargo Road. It's one of the premier plane spotting locations that you can visit here in the United States.
The pump it to the gate.
Tell you what, there are not a whole lot of public viewing areas that are this close to everything.
Also 170 is on a 170 heavy, map star afternoon, wind 1504, runway 12 right, clear to left.
Put land, 12 right.
Super Tug 4 behind Aer Lingus, driving towards you, can move out to...
Mr. Dav, 1E. Commenting on the 757, we saw it taxi by earlier, headed to Detroit Metro. My fave, 757. Hello from Ely. Greetings. And to all the people that are not from Minnesota, no, it's not Eli, it's Ely. That's far northern Minnesota.
4270, contact departure.
Delta 377.
Delta 377, understand by the second.
Yeah, we got Sun Country
Waldo,
107.
6410.
Second 107,
Says bonjour from
taxi
Swiss.
via Delta Whiskey, cross runway 22.
Great to have you on board. Happy Monday.
117, Delta Whiskey, cross runway 22, Sun Country 107.
G-Man says, don't oversell it, Alex, or they'll have tour buses entering your area. Oh,
77
bro.
off that tug pass and join Papa cross runway 4 for 12 left.
You know, I think the word's already gotten out a couple times. So one of our local news outlets or television stations, KSTP TV in St. Paul, they're the ABC affiliate for MSP. They did a story and wanted to feature us on the aircraft viewing area.
Delta Whiskey cross runway 4.
I want to thank them for that.
07, you can mod the tower 2367, the rest of the way.
Hit that 2367.
Sun Country wasting no time whatsoever.
1023 Minneapolis, Star caution turbines, your 5, or actually 6 intro on the heavy C350.
Delta 170 heavy now on final approach and in sight.
Roger.
All right, heads up, everybody. Delta 170 now arriving from Seoul, South Korea. The A350.
And as they're about to touch down, today's flight, 11 hours and 23 minutes.
Go 3847, master ground, the push is approved, only 17. Well, 377, you come out of the tower, 2395, the rest of the way safe.
Monitor tower, have a great day, Delta 377.
Sun Country 663, turn right heading 215, medic departure. Delta 170 Heavy, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground point 9er.
Next left, join Alpha, ground point 9, Delta 1.
All right, let's take another look at the smooth touchdown from Delta 170.
Yeah, they landed short.
Delta 170 Heavy is joining Alpha for Golf
170 Heavy announcement, activate Alpha to the gate, we'll see.
Thank you, Delta 170.
And here's Sun Country headed to 17 with a mismatched engine counting. On the number one engine, you can see that there's two pieces of the number one engine cowling that are different colors. The front, the leading part of that cowling is actually from a Primair painted Sun Country 737.
377 traffic, 5 mile final turn left heading 105, runway 12 left, for ticket.
Alrighty, everybody, who wants some Bemidji Aviation? So they are inbound from Thief River Falls.
617, turn right heading 215, contact departure.
And it's a Metroliner.
Stay with me.
Right turn 22, 220 November, hold short, runway 17, that's right.
3347, contact departure today. .3107, Minneapolis Tower, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
That's one of the things that has stayed a constant variable over the past few decades, those Bemidji Aviation Metroliners.
Cross runway 4, hold short, the runway 12 right. Departure, good day.
So now we shift our attention back to the arriving Airbus A350 that just touched down from Seoul. That's Delta 170 Heavy.
384, visual 12 right.
Secretary 384, Minneapolis Tower, wind 120 at 5, runway 12 right, clear to land, the auto land is approved.
12 right, clear to land, thanks on the auto land, Secretary 384.
All right, so we've got an auto land coming up for Sun Country 384. That's our next inbound arrival, by the way.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 120 at 5, runway 12 left, clear to land.
So I also see that Aer Lingus has arrived to their gate at the end of Concourse E. There's no other American jets home over there. So the American gates are at the end of Concourse E.
5133, turn right, taxi via pop to the gate, monitor ground point 9er. 3107, turn right, heading 215, contact departure. .23 November, crossway 17, continue via Lima.
All right, Sun Country 384 from Fort Myers, almost about to touch down. And this is going to be a good opportunity to show you guys what an auto landing looks like.
There's 3847, come out of the tower, 126.7, see you.
267, have a good afternoon.
Well, here's another look at our auto land. So the plane, yes, they can land themselves. And a precision job as expected. So let's go ahead and take a look at Shamrock. So Aer Lingus has been flying year-round. Now, when they returned to MSP after a 2-year hiatus, they flew the big A330s in here, which, based on the demand for that particular nonstop route on Aer Lingus, the A330 was kind of too big. And Aer Lingus reopened the route, knowing that there was still demand from here to Dublin. But they also knew that they had the A321 LRs and XLRs at their disposal, especially at the time when Aer Lingus had scheduled the flights back into MSP. The A321 XLR was still kind of in the final stages of being prepped for delivery. So the A321 XLR has been an invaluable strategic asset for the Irish flag carrier. And so after the A321 XLRs got minted and accepted into the Aer Lingus fleet, the A330s, well, they flew elsewhere where they were needed most. And the A321 XLRs took over the assignments to the Twin Cities. RJ, have you flown on Shamrock?
No, I have not.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But I have been to Dublin.
Okay. Speaking of Dublin, too, Delta has their own service that's flown with the A330-200 and that got upgauged to an A330-300, I think. Just because it did so popular. Or was so popular, I mean, did so well that Delta is like, hey, you know what? We got to stick bigger metal on this. So our managing producer, Michael Larson, also says that Aer Lingus probably the most at-risk carrier en route at MSP currently, despite the fact that they have the A321XLR, which has a far fewer seat capacity than the A330s that Aer Lingus flies.
3940, and that's going to push us approved on my 17.
So ever since Delta launched their own competitive route nonstop to Dublin, everybody just flocked over to Delta, and Aer Lingus has kind of been the one that's been left out.
But not at this time of the year, because Delta doesn't fly that route year-round.
Yep, that's true, because Delta does it seasonally, and Aer Lingus, for them, I'm sure they more than appreciate the business. You know, I certainly do hope that Aer Lingus stays around long term, because I think that, again, it gives us another airline and another international destination. You know, international traffic was up this past year because, of course, you had the new routes to Copenhagen and Rome, respectively, which did a huge benefit for Delta's strategy long haul in and out of the Twin Cities, especially to Rome, because that route, they initially tried it in the early 2010s, and due to lackluster performance, Delta ended up canning that route fairly quickly. So then they tried it again, and it was incredibly popular. And then Copenhagen is also doing quite well. So speaking of more international routes to and from the Twin Cities, Air France will be back this spring. And in the summer, starting in June, RJ, they're going to bring the 777 on the regular. So the 787 will start the operating season. So Air France is seasonal in their operations every year to MSP. Same with KLM. KLM will be operating Dreamliners, though, for pretty much the entire time. Or to when they can't get one, they might swap the equipment.
So we'll have to keep an eye out on our A330 heavies that are parked over there at the J Concourse, Alex. We're coming up on Delta 152. Scheduled for 440.
Delta 1819, Kevin. Delta 1819, Minneapolis Tower, wind 090 at 4, runway 12 right, clear to land.
So G-Man 5051. Hey, great to see you today. Happy Monday. So, the question for me is, hey, Alex, where was the owl relative to you? So, full disclosure, it's not a real owl.
Okay, with 3847, contact departure.
So we have our puppet owl friend that RJ has named Olaf, because some of you guys, after the first time that we brought it out, were like, hey, what should we name our little feathered friend? And Olaf, I think, was the name that people wanted to choose.
Minneapolis Tower, Country 536, visual 1 to right. Security 536, Minneapolis Tower, wind 080 at 5, 3.5, and trail of another 737. Runway 12 right, clear to land. Clear to land, 1 to right, 536. There's 3940, come out of the tower now, 126.7. See you.
Sounds like our friend Joe.
Yeah, I know that he was on the catwalk earlier. He just posted something to Instagram. Shout out to you, Mr. Joe Check. Happy Monday.
The 2526, Minneapolis Tower, wind 070.
Hope your week is off to a great start. I know that he was on vacation recently and came back not too long ago. So there we go. Big shout out to our friend Joe and the rest of his coworkers, our wonderful MSP Tower controllers, acing their duties today. All right, we have another batch of arrivals inbound. Here's our next one, Delta from SJD.
It was 4266, turn right, taxi at top of the gate, monitor ground point 9. 1819, turn left, join Alpha, what's the gate number? Alright, left turn Alpha, Golf. Delta 1819, roger, straight into the gates, just monitor ground on point 9.
So I think those are police vehicles here. Yep, Mac Police getting a call to respond. Here's Sun Country Airlines next up to touch down on the south parallel from Puerto Vallarta.
Been there.
That was 3948, Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 12 right, Grand Whiskey. Mike, 12 right, Grand Whiskey, that was 3948. Four 986, affirmative, number 2, runway 12 left, clear to land, traffic short final.
All right, so we got an Embraer E175 coming our way. Wonderful.
They are headed to Omaha. It's SkyWest 3948.
The 2526, join Papa, contact ground point 9. Ground Papa, 2832. So 2832, what's the good word? Yeah, I just wanted to let you know we're at Hotel 12. We're going to do an air start at the gate here, and then after we push back, we'll need to do a cross lead once we get going. All right, sounds good. Air start's approved. Give me a call back once you push back, please, for yourself. 2832. Air start approved. We'll give you a call. Thanks. 2526, off 1 to left, up 4, going to Charlie 12. 2526, man, we taxi, we're in via Quebec, see you. To the gate via Quebec, and we'll need enter on the taxiway back, please. Approved for Delta 2526.
Well, there's our friend Joe on frequency. So he is back in the saddle. I'll tell you what, RJ, it's been a long time since we've had Joe on the program. We had him about once this past, I want to say April or May, I believe. I know it was the day before the South Parallel Runway was going to close for phase one of a construction project to rehab the shoulders of the runway. So they would work in two phases on the South Parallel Runway reconstruction. So they started towards this end, towards 12 right, and then towards the intersection of runway 422. They paused for the summer travel rush, and then in mid-August, they restarted construction in phase two, working down towards the end that the camera is pointed towards, kind of down towards where our Sun Country 737's taxiing to T2. They were also working on a section of concrete that needed to be repoured completely. I want to say it was either Bravo or Charlie intersection with Taxiway Whiskey. A concrete section of tarmac that was in rough shape, having been poured in the 1970s. So that got replaced.
And that was back when Dad was still flying.
Yeah. Crazy to think. And, you know, they're necessary safety improvements, so they were able to get that construction completed. The first phase actually got done early, I think by about a few days. The second phase got done right on time. Now, during that construction, we saw some rather unusual runway setups to cope with the South Parallel Runway being closed for construction. We had, and of course, it's all going to depend on the wind conditions. But some days we had departures on runway 4, intersection departures on runway 4, and arrivals on runway 35. And then they would also switch it around on some other days where we had sort of a 7-10 split runway ops with arriving and departing traffic on 17 and the North Parallel runway 12 left. Or maybe the opposite direction on 30 right and runway 35.
Command, trying to push us approved on my 12 right.
Push approved for 12 right, Delta 152 heavy, and we'd like to get release on the 70.
You got it.
Well, there you heard it, 152.
Yes, we did.
Approved, Frisco is 49.
So there you go, everybody. We'll have another heavy departure coming our way. This is outbound to Paris. And then, of course, we're still sitting on Delta 10. That is going to be departing later to London Heathrow. And that will be with the A330-900 equipment.
And I was just looking at that departure too, Alex. It looks like they are still scheduled for on-time departure just a little after 5.
Yep, that sounds about right. Because it was around 5 o'clock that Delta 10 Heavy is scheduled for a wheels-up departure. So we'll see how on time that they are running today.
And one other thing to contend with today too is that with the overcast conditions above us, our sunset now is pushing upwards to about 5:30 as we continue to gain daylight. But
yeah, so we got about another hour or so on the air. Oh, look at that. Face to face with the Boeing 757-200 as it swung around to join Taxiway Whiskey.
The 2593 maps ground to push is approved over 17.
Push approved, runway 17, Delta 2593.
So this is Delta 1028 headed down to Atlanta, but that is not a former Northwest 75. And 152 has pushed. Alex.
So we're gonna
22, we have a star wind 090 at 4.
swing the other camera over so we can get Delta 152 that has pushed back for Paris. There's 152 Heavy. Delta 2593 to Orlando also has its transponder on, a 757-300. So they have started pushing back from Concourse G. They're all the way at the end. It's kind of hard to see them. We have another fire truck that has been dispatched from the new MSP fire station.
Hold short of runway 12 right.
170 at Quebec, Mike, cross runway 4, short of 12 right, United 2272.
I'll tell you what, it's been a hectic Monday.
Certainly has not been
So
boring.
much going on.
Engine 32, we have a star in Quebec, cross runway 4. Roger.
Well, I looked at the flight schedules this morning and I'm like, meh. But I knew better than that not to sleep on MSP Airport, and sure enough, the second that we got going live earlier this afternoon, oh hey, what's this? Missed approach on the North Parallel. Okay. We had another missed approach later in the day. Then, of course, we had the C-130 emergency landing, and then shortly behind we had a tactical C-130 landing.
Push and reposition via Alpha's approved.
Non-stop arrivals.
Sponsor 36 and has approved your discretion.
So MSP Airport is not, and I repeat, is not one to sleep on whatsoever when it comes to plane spotting. So 152 Heavy, they are currently now in motion.
Delta 1020, Minneapolis Tower, wind 080 runway
So as
12
she's
right,
headed
clear.
our way down for a 12 right departure, everybody needs to stand up and give her a roll to rotate salute, because today it's operated by a former Northwest Red Tail. N802 Northwest.
Looks like they are also relocating our A350 that just arrived earlier from Seoul, just down yonder. So you have another peek at our Sun Country arrival that just touched down on the South Parallel, runway 12 right.
126.7 Delta 152 Heavy.
Oh, that's a smooth landing.
Go to land. Right, go to land, Delta 2926.
Okay, so here is Delta 152.
Unit 2272, you come out of the tower now, 126.7. We'll see you.
Monitor tower 126.7, United 2627. Good day.
413, Southwest 2726 Mastron to activate Papa Charlie on Charlie. Hold short, over on my 12 right.
Papa Charlie, hold short, 12 right, Southwest 2626.
You don't even talk about them when they fly out?
So Delta 152 is going to continue to motor its way toward the threshold of 12 right when it departs. And here's our next arrival. And it's with an Airbus A220. It's from St. Louis.
93, runway 17, activate Alpha Charlie on Charlie. Hold short, over runway 12 right.
Alpha Charlie, hold short of 12 right. For runway 17, Delta 2593.
Movie 1323 Mastron, runway 17, activity in Lima, on Lima, towers 2367, clear.
Speed up on Mark runway 12 right, join Whiskey, traffic 3 miles final. Right, cross runway 12 right at Mike, and join Whiskey, 27. Delta 1020, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground point 9er.
So let's take another look at our arrival from St. Louis Lambert with the smaller A220 100.
Ground Delta 1020, join Alpha Fox 15.
1020 Mastron, hello, Alpha Delta. You can cut the corner of Delta, your discretion.
Alpha Delta, cut the corner of discretion.
So here is United 2272 headed to Denver. That just crossed the south parallel, and they'll join Whiskey for 17. Delta 2946 from Bozeman, Montana is inbound with a 757-200.
Oh, interesting.
I don't think I've seen the 757 on this particular service before, but hey, you know what? Delta will schedule them sometimes.
2832 Mastron, your push is approved on my 17.
For the push, going runway 17, and we will need that cross to start on the way up there.
If your push is approved, then your discretion can do it as you push back, or I can get you somewhere else on taxiway. Doesn't matter to me.
They're going here. Sorry, Charlie, crossway 12 right, continue via Whiskey Delta to the gate, monitor ground point 9, on the other side, traffic hold position. Charlie, Whiskey Delta, monitor 2565, and after heavy departure traffic hold position.
So here's our 757 arrival from Bozeman, Montana. And then after we get a peek at the replay of our arriving 757 from the Big Sky State, then we're going to take a look at 152 blasting off for Paris.
1023, runway 17, line of way, be a couple minutes for heavy traffic off of 12 right.
Time to salute the former Red Tail.
2946 Mastron, you can angle over to your left and join Bravo right into the gate. See you.
Right, left Bravo, Fox 6, up 2946. The 152 heavy, turn left heading 105, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff. Left 105, clear for takeoff, 12 right, Delta 152 heavy.
2593, thanks. You come out of the tower 267 the rest of the way. See you.
Outer tower 267, get upside down exit.
Southwest 2726 is use caution 12 on the way back, use caution for them.
Southwest 2726.
2140 is with you on the visual 12 right.
American 2140, Minneapolis, 10906, runway 12 right, to the left.
Runway 12 right.
152 Heavy, contact departure, good day.
Over to departure, Alpha 152 Heavy.
Look at that. It's a stunner. Boy, that was loud too.
1323.
Salute from one hand and a fist pump from the other.
I think that was also what we called a full send. They used the whole length of the runway pretty much to get airborne.
Yep, they were heavy. Alex, you need to take a look at the chat. It's full of red tails. Thank you, everybody.
There we go. That's what we want to see. I'm going to say it. Red tails forever. Red tails for life.
Yep, that was my idea.
Speaking of former red tail aircraft, here's an ex-Northwest 757-300. Now, we mentioned it just a short while ago that it was pushing back from the end of Concourse G. This is
Hey, what's up, Chuck?
en route to
Done for the day? All done. Lucky.
Orlando, Florida.
599, runway 17, taxi up via Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4. 17 Delta Sierra Kilo, cross 435.
Ready ground, Southwest 2832, starting cross, please.
2032, thanks. 1323, turn further left, heading 080, contact departure, good night. South Berkshire uniform, Minneapolis under 29790.
I think that's the most red tail emojis I've ever seen in the chat at once. We're not obsessed with the red tails, are we? Nope. Never.
No, never.
Never.
0631 maps, low tank to be a Papa Delta to the gate. Papa Delta to the gate, Delta 31. Headed 2272, turn right heading 215, contact departure today. Right turn heading 215, over to departure at 2272. We're 63, Minneapolis Tower, 180. Runway 12 right, clear line. What's the right clear line? 24.
Alex, Delta 10 is pushed.
Oh,
Beacons on.
At 2140, make that right turn at Whiskey 5. Turn right, Whiskey 5, Whiskey Delta.
So I think they're actually a little early.
Right turn, Whiskey 5, Whiskey Delta, hold short, 12 right with your American 2140.
Yeah, they had a scheduled 5:10.
32 is right taxi.
And they're
2032, runway 17,
what,
taxi,
15
make the
minutes
left turn,
early.
taxi via Tango, Yankee Kilo, cross runway 4.
Yankee, Yango Kilo, cross runway 4. That'll be a left turn out of here, and then we're going to runway 17 or Southwest 2832.
Delta 1471, master and hello, pushes approved, runway 17.
Push approved for runway 17, okay, 1470.
Air 4695, runway 17 for departure, hold 900 passenger tail.
So that's been some excellent news, RJ, is that
hold short, runway 12 right.
international flights have been, even though if they've been delayed, they certainly hustled to get airborne. Well, if they were on the departure end anyways.
Delta to gate American 2140.
Country 599, Minneapolis Tower, runway 17, mountable way. American Eagle is exiting right behind you. At 2140, opposite direction, we'll turn away into the alley. Longer ground on point 9er.
Point 9, American 2140, okay.
So our flight to London Heathrow going to be departing tonight with a A330-900.
Southwest 2832 if you like. Remain on that present heading. Cut for the de-ice pad. Join Kilo. Towers 23.
I'll tell you what, RJ. Our entertaining Monday of plane spotting continues to get more action-packed, does it?
Exactly.
That was 4169 ready to taxi with uniform.
There's 4169, runway 17, taxi up via Papa, Mike, cross runway 4, but hold short, says runway 12 right.
Runway 17 via Papa, Mike, cross runway 4, hold short 12 right, that's 4169.
Oh, Gordon, thank you so much for the comment. It's to honor your family legacy. That's for sure.
Come out of the tower now, 126.72.
Of course, I'll never know how many takeoff and landings that my dad had from here. That would have been a lot.
He never really kept track of that stuff, did he? Or
well, as I've mentioned, some people have asked me, do you have your dad's logbooks? And unfortunately, I do not.
at least you have the memories, though, and the time that you spent with them. That's the most important part.
So the unfortunate thing is that when my dad passed away, it was on my mom to go through everything that we still had of his. I wasn't a part of that process, so if we still had them, she chose not to keep them at that time. So I was left with what my mom decided to keep.
Pick up friends, hold short runway 17, let me know when you're ready.
Lee Harris, good early evening to you as well. Happy Monday. Well, it's been a crazy day out here from Minneapolis, St. Paul International.
Right turn at Whiskey 7, cross runway 12 right, traffic on a 3-mile final. Just join Alpha behind the Heavy on the other side.
Alpha behind the Big West.
Hey, Gordon.
Cross 138, Whiskey 7.
Thanks so much for sending one MSP Airport Live gift membership. Looks like our mod friend Daniel Swanson just got gifted a membership. What are the chances of that happening? Hey, Daniel Swanson, come on down. You're the next member on MSP Airport Live.
I guess I need to get in on that one of these times. I technically am not a member, but I give an awful lot of my time by co-hosting and moderating. So
that's far beyond what a membership can offer in my book.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it's a lot easier to run everything when you have another person here, but also just for the commentary aspect, it adds so much depth and personality to the action we're trying to share with other people, the story we're trying to tell.
And you know what, Alex, I was thinking, I might get a little bit carried away with those red tails emojis.
4169, you came out of the tower, 2672.
Oh, I can't help it.
There you go.
Doing the red tail on the top of my car, the red tail on the heel pieces of my bindings on my skis. Daniel! All
right, everybody. So for all of our YouTube members, you know what? We're going to do this anyway, even though this is not an ex-Northwest airplane. Let's go crazy with those red tails.
Alpha 2574, Mapshot, thanks to the Alpha Delta Quebec, the C6. The Alpha Delta Quebec, 2574.
Gordon was telling our moderator, Daniel, see, membership has its privileges. It certainly does. And by the way, if you are main cabin and hired, you get instant access to new video projects as soon as YouTube is done processing it.
I think everybody's button is stuck, Alex.
Yeah, we're ready.
Maybe when I get home tonight, I have to have a, I'll just say, a cold one.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, as I've said, you know, we looked over at Terminal 1. And we see all the Delta aircraft parked over there. Back in the day, those used to all be red tails.
They certainly did. Speaking of ex-red tails, here is an ex-Northwest A319.
How you doing, ground Delta 9905, exiting.
All right, everybody, Delta 10 to London Heathrow is about to thunder off the South Parallel.
Silent Giant.
Hey, right on in. We'll see you. 9905.
All right, here they go.
Flight runway heading, Ray 17, takeoff. 10 heavy heading 105, contact departure, good night. 5 and door departure, 10 heavy, good night.
Look at that.
2262 Minneapolis Tower, wind 060 at 5, runway 12 right for the land. That was 3675 on the 120 heading, contact departure, good night.
Departure, say was 3665 today?
Sorry about that. Had the camera pointed up at the cloudy sky. We couldn't see anything for a second. I'm looking around to see what else I can catch out here.
Traffic, 2.5 mile final. Mike Press 12 right, join west, South Airport. That was 4169, runway 17, minus away. 17 minus away, that's 4169. That was 4114, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground.
At Huddy 787, I see your comment about the maintenance uniforms. I actually just picked some up myself. We had somebody bring in a donation last week over at the History Center, Alex, and that's what he brought in. But because we all have such a surplus of them already, our
how much do you need?
Exactly. So our museum director said have at it.
There you go. Attaboy, Tim.
So
it's Tim Haskin, the director of the board for the Northwest Airlines History Center. Tim is a fantastic person. What a character, too. You know, we ought to have him on the broadcast at some point this year.
Oh, I told him, Alex, I said, you've been chomping at the bit to get him on as a guest. of these days,
contact ground point 9.
hopefully we'll get that to happen.
Ground Delta 2011, exiting 12 right.
Huddy 787. Okay, cool.
2011 maps contact.
So looks like RJ, you weren't the only one to find maintenance uniform. Oh, you got to be kidding me! The sun's starting to poke through.
Yeah, his comment was what I was reacting to.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification, because I'm like, what? Okay.
Well, I mentioned to Tim, I said, I always like to try to wear some Northwest gear when I'm out here helping you out, and that's one thing I don't have. So we'll see going forward as far as how well they fit.
1471, wheels up time of 13, runway 17, line up away, just a couple minutes in position. That was 4169, heading 150, contact departure, good night.
Heading 150, over to departure, space 4169. See ya.
Good, 3681, runway 17, taxi via, so Charlie 6, cross runway 22, Mike hold short.
Yep, if anybody's detecting a little bit of a change in the lighting here that we're sharing on the screen, the sun is trying to break through behind us.
Mike hold short,
Yep.
Guys, 4140, just hold position there and let me know when you're ready to move.
Alright, we'll hold position here and we'll let you know. Sky 4114.
Thank you. 2262, map contact via Alpha.
Look at that, RJ. There's our sunset for tonight, everybody.
Okay, 3681, the Embraer on Delta will give way.
Tower 327, visual 1 to right.
37 tower wind 0605, when they want you right for the land. The 2970 maps contact via Papa. 25 maps accomplished, approved. 1471 from left 3140, runway 17, quick takeoff.
I'm going to zoom out here and show kind of the ultra wide angle view. You can see all of that cloud cover moving away.
Minneapolis ground Delta 2981 is off of 12 right for Foxport 12.
So that 2981 maps contact via Alpha.
So there is quite a bit of cloud cover still present at the moment.
Bravo.
If you'll see him here shortly, they'll be on Bravo. Just turn in behind them.
Yeah, I see him coming down.
And this is the way it's been here pretty much all day.
Yeah, we started with some fairly overcast conditions, and it started to break up a little bit.
4 and November hold short runway 17. So 2528 minutes down, number 2 behind an Airbus wind 0605, runway right, clear to land.
Runway 1 to right, getting my
The 970 like is turning
So that was Delta 2392 from Jacksonville.
2392,
Over Northwest A320.
Discover 4114. Thanks, Delta 2489 for you as well. If you could just stay on Papa there before turning into your gate, but if you can, just pull forward there, clear Papa 4.
Delta 2392 is off Alpha 4 going to Charlie 3.
Delta 2392 maps contact via Alpha, Delta, and Quebec.
Alright, Alpha, Delta, and Quebec. 2392.
All right, so I'm going to check in on our arriving traffic right now.
Charlie 3, Delta 2392.
2483, Delta 2483.
Charlie 2.
Okay, Delta 2483,
So we got Delta from San Diego, and my goodness, we have quite the lineup
Copy that, Delta 2483.
for arrivals right now.
Was just checking too, Alex. No UPS activity today.
Yeah, we will not have UPS, but they don't really pay us a visit on Mondays, I don't think.
1127 map contact via Papa, Charlie, and Bravo. Short of the tunnel for now. Traffic ahead's moving. Short of the tunnel on Bravo, Delta 2117. 2127. 120
Alpha, Delta, monitor point 9. Delta B27. Delta 2936, 1 2 right.
2936, minute 7, number 2, the one is 0605, and we want you right for the line. 25, minute there, November, crossing my 17, join Lima to West Cargo.
All right, so we're going to do our runway recap in just a second. So I think with most of the notables out of the way, RJ, what do you say? I think it's time to let our runway recap commence.
Let it roll.
Let it roll, indeed.
The 2483 nose in as far as the entry gate, so come and get behind it.
2483, roger that.
All right, and here we go. It would start off with our inbound arrival from Paris. It's 153 heavy. And then it would be 120 heavy. Got a little crack of sunshine right around the 1 o'clock hour as the A350 scooted in from Tokyo Haneda. And of course we got Delta 9. Of course we had that steady stream of arriving traffic pretty much the entire day. It was non-stop, balls to the wall from start to finish. And here would be Delta 163 heavy. A lot of A330neo action today as well, as you might recall from watching some of these highlights. And again, a plethora of smooth touchdowns to complement each of these arriving A330s. Then, of course, we have the emergency C-130 landing on the north parallel on 1-2 left. The number 3 engine out of commission. They would touch down safely, and not a whole lot of assistance would be needed upon their arrival.
Right after the airbox, proceed around the tunnel, continue on Bravo to the eastern base.
So they were able to safely touch down, and then the C-130 that trailed them in behind made a tactical landing. First time we've ever seen that on the broadcast. And then, of course, you have to love the overbank turn. So they kind of overflew the runway, and then they... Wow. What a turn. Kind of felt like you were at an air show.
Oshkosh.
And, of course, the CRJs would show up in the highlight package via this extra flared landing. Look at the flare on that CRJ landing. Then, of course, we had Delta 160 Heavy rocket off to AMS with the A330-900 Neo. And again, a lot of A330 Neo assignments today for Delta. So we've had more A330-300s, not 900s, on our international assignments. Good to see a change of pace.
Company turning in ahead, they should be clear all the way to the gate.
Aer Lingus arriving from Dublin with the A321XLR. There'll be another key featured highlight of the broadcast. It's always great to see Shamrock, and they were uber early too. There's quite a few flights that were early today. As another running side note, and then of course, touching down in slow motion, a smooth arrival from Delta 170. So that would round out our highlights from today. And our runway recap. Let's give you an idea of how busy it was today. I think that's the first time that we've done a full runway recap highlights package.
Tower Delta 2770, 12 right. Delta 2770, Minneapolis number 2, 10604.
So that C-130 tactical landing was also a retirement flight too. I did forget to point that out in the runway recap, but that's really cool that whoever was retiring, they got the thrill of doing a tactical into MSP. It's an unusual thing to see. Not the first time I've personally seen it. Of course, it's always a highlight when you get to see something as cool as that.
Well, I've seen that type of an event, of course, with the number of times that I've witnessed air shows, especially at Sun and Fun. I've only been to Oshkosh just the one time so far. So when you attend events like that, you'll see, various aircraft that are performing that will perform and maneuver like that. But I've never seen it happen here involving a C-130. Now I have.
Yeah, no kidding. We brought it up earlier. We're going to bring it up again. So this is what our 6-day outlook is shaping up to be for the weather this week around our neck of the woods. So it's going to be excellent tomorrow on Tuesday. Wednesday, it's going to dip down into the upper 20s, and then we'll be back into the 30s by Thursday, and we will charge towards a forecasted high of just above 40 on Sunday next week. So this stretch of mild weather looks like it's in for the long haul, RJ. Thankfully.
Well, I've been looking ahead at the forecast, even beyond that, just for where I'm at and what I'm doing, and yeah. If you're into skiing or snowboarding, you better get out and start to do it. If you haven't already.
No, sorry to interrupt you there for just a second, but I was just going to say, I speak from experience because you don't want it to be too warm out because that snow.
Mashed potatoes.
There you go. Mashed potatoes is exactly right. It's hard to get your edges in because everything kind of wants to just smush.
It's heavy. It's hard. And we have a tunnel at Afton. And when it gets to that point where the conditions are not favorable enough to have it open to go through it safely, it gets closed. So we'd like to have it happen, be able to stay open a little bit longer.
Gordon Wold is celebrating 2 months of main cabin. So our friend Gordon celebrating a membership milestone.
Hey, Gordon.
Thank you, Gordon. It's been so great to interact with you and have you on board our broadcasts, and also discussion in the MSP Airport spotting Discord server that we've got up and running for anyone interested in MSP Aviation that wants an experience through Discord. So I know that there are
Delta 2770 maps contact.
I know that there's some Facebook channels for that sort of thing, but I feel that just Discord works so much better for anything that's time sensitive and just with things being organized. Visit the link below to continue the discussion after we get done today. So it's a growing community of av geeks that are really passionate about MSP spotting in particular and just the world of aviation. We'd love to have you on board. Love to see you over there. So visit the link below to get started.
Maintenance 8124 maps ground, rudder taxi via, let's go Alpha 3, hold short runway, watch right. 710. Runway heading, runway 15, let's take off. Dr. Thomas, contact via Papa, let's get 620, from left Alpha 7, going Alpha, contact ground point niner.
Alpha 7, off the ground point 9.
5120, we're on my 1 to left taxi via Papa, cross runway 22.
Papa cross 22. Blue line 1 to right, Delta 17, 3229, Fox 4.
5020, maps ground via Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
Alpha 7, back.
All right, so our next arrival on 12 right, Sun Country Airlines from Cancun, Mexico.
Isn't that about the third arrival we've had today from Cancun?
Among all carriers, that seems to be accurate.
Your flight 1291, tower 123.67, the rest of the way through. Turn right, taxi Whiskey Delta to the gate, monitor ground point niner.
Delta to the gate, monitor point niner.
Take another peek via instant replay.
Taxi via Mama. That's 4063, what was your gate?
Oh, how interesting is this?
Okay, keep caution that's here, just going into spot 95 down there.
1 right, Delta 1308.
607, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
Looks like we got a news crew about to do a report out here. So we'll show them here in just a second, but we got another inbound arrival that we got to catch. And it's Delta 1732 from Austin.
Visual approach, 1 2 right. About 4.5 trail of another sub 3, the wind is 0603, runway 1 2 right, clear to land. Copy the traffic, clear to land, 1 2 right, number 44. Country 1291, Minutes Air, 10603, fire my heading, only 1 sec, clear to take off. Alpha 5 or Alpha 4 on the ground from there.
So take another peek at the ex-Northwest 8319 touching down. After its flight from Austin, Texas, that lasted close to about 2.5 hours.
It's just turning behind us here.
So 2 hours and 19 minutes to be precise.
Yep, Denver 5820, if you would just expedite past the aircraft.
1732 Mount Foxtrot 4.
1732 Mount contact, be off.
All right, our next arrival about to touch down
Behind 737, 0604.
from West Palm Beach, Delta 1308.
Sector 1291, turn right, heading 215, contact departure. Just wait a second, I got one, I'll go ahead, Endeavor 5020.
We got Southwest 4472. Now, next up to land on 12 right from Denver, Colorado.
1308, 12 right on Alpha, taxi Delta 4.
1308, maps contact D via Alpha, runway 4, and Quebec.
Alpha, runway 4. 1308.
Over 4043 maps, or envoy 4043 maps, push cruise runway 17.
Approved, and runway 17 on board 4043.
Turn right, Whiskey 5, taxi Whiskey and Delta, monitor ground point enter. Whiskey 5, Whiskey, Delta, monitor ground.
So here's our Southwest flight.
124 minutes there, Whiskey 3, cross.
So here's what we're going to do. So we have an A321neo that is inbound from Seattle, Tacoma. I love the A321neo. So I think what we'll do, since there's no UPS tonight, we got to find something good to end it on. So we're going to end it on the A321neo. What do you say, RJ?
Let's go for it. Looks like she's about number 2 for arrival.
Oh, 41 minutes there, number 2, runway 1 right, clear to land. 1 right, clear to land, Delta 41.
So apologies for the constant beeping. That's the scanner letting me know, hey.
She's hungry.
Yeah, I need batteries. Give me juice.
And I think I now see our Seattle inbound arrival now in sight.
And that we do. And that will have to be the last catch of the day.
Yep, getting dark, and the viewing area will need to be closed for the night.
Yeah, that will be at last light. So with sunset just occurring a minute ago at about 5:42. the viewing area closing at dusk.
Taxi via Alpha, contact ground point 9.
Alpha 7 taxi Alpha ground point 9.
We need to be out of here.
Good evening, there 5537 is on Alpha 7 to Alpha, going to Alpha.
5537, MSP contact via Alpha Charlie in Quebec.
Alpha Charlie, Quebec, 55.
Minutes, number 2, 1703, runway 1 right, clear to land. Clear to land, number 2, 12 right, open.
Okay, so it's getting closer here. Delta 941. Last call. This will be our last catch of the day.
In 2140, ma'am, it's going to hold the push. Will be just a second. I got company, you'll block if you do so, and then they won't be able to get on. Hold the push.
And there is the 321 Neo.
Good 343, current taxi, Fox, 800 ground for 9. Taxi via Delta, hold short, runway 1 right.
All right. Here's another look at our arrival from Seattle, Tacoma.
Here 2141, company number, clears the tail, pushes approved, runway 17. Alright, after they clear the tail, clear push 17, make 24. Now Delta 941, going Alpha, Alpha 5 on the Charlie 941 maps contact C via, let's go Alpha, short of Delta. Delta 941.
All right, well, there you go.
941, let's change that to join Bravo now, short of Delta. Join Bravo, hold short of Delta, Delta 941.
And before we get going, I want to take the time to let you know that our broadcasts are proudly supported in part by our friends over at Jet Set Shirts. It's the Jet Set Life. Wear it. And you can wear the Jet Set Life over on their website at jetsetshirts.com. Link below. And also, our broadcasts are proudly supported by our friends over at DG Pilot in St. Paul, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiast. You can check them out in the link below or visit dgpilot.com. It's dgpilot.com. So if you're a model collector, you're looking for some Minnesota-made local goods, or, hey, even some travel gear for your next trip, they've got it over there. So go check them out at dgpilot.com. So, yeah, big thank you to our supporters. Well, RJ, it's that time in the show for us to say goodbye. What a day.
Absolutely. As always.
Well, there's going to be plenty more live plane spotting to come your way from MSP International Airport and MSP Airport Live. Make sure you are subscribed so you stay notified. And it is time for us to head out. So this has been a presentation of live plane spotting on MSP Airport Live for our outstanding team of mods. And for RJ Bean, I'm Alex Redding. Good night, everybody, from the frozen tundra of Minneapolis and St. Paul International Airport. We'll see you in the next installment. Until then, take care.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our number one goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.